Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は31日目です。Right? Today is day 31. What a poetic way to end the month of January with a level up. Technically, this would be where the closest point to when the free stuff stops. So if you're going really hard, I suppose, or if you keep up with all your daily stuff, you know, from beginning to end, it's technically one extra day, but about a month. So the free trial, so to speak, anywhere around a month because of time gating and whatnot, right? Because of how the SRS system works. So, hey, pretty solid 1 month to figure out if SRS, learning kanji through SRS, or one particular curated and modified approach to using SRS is for you. So, it would be a fairly excellent place to do a review of WaniKani, I suppose, like in this point. However, I think we're okay. Just know that it's conveniently 1 month, or 31 days specifically. It's 31 and a half days because I also, or no, 31 days because I had to do an introduction to WaniKani on the 32nd, soon to be 32nd. Anyways, yeah, we had 2 mistakes yesterday, so let's review them before we jump in. So I am relying now on thinking about ice cream, right? So ice cream, just kidding, that's the wrong one. This one is I'm thinking about cannabis. I don't want to talk about it, but the common ground is plants. I think of plants. So when I think of plants, I think of mo and ke, right? So to simplify it down, we're using plants is the mnemonic. This is, in my opinion, probably a little difficult to juggle if you were making a building up for all the kanji, but generally every particular mistake or spot that is particularly weak, I try to stack it. So plants stack mo and ke. If you take the mnemonics of mo, as in mowing furry things, like I think the mnemonic was something like imagine grass coming up like fur and then you need to mow it. That's mo for the kanji introduction. And then it's ke for fur for the vocabulary. So ke is one of the kun. And two, they use a mnemonic kettle, which I don't feel is sufficient. So instead, I took what was familiar already from exposure and then combined it with something that's close enough. So cannabis, cannabis, using similar approaches that Ko does use neo-rhymes. So when I think of plants, and I see this character, I think of mo and ke, right? And then for this, I think of ice cream. So the first mnemonic for the standalone is yo, which is the task to eat yogurt. Yogurt can be made into ice cream, so yogurt ice cream, right? Yo. And then mochi, personal favorite of mine, mochi ice cream. So in this says mochiru, Mochiru is a form of ice cream. So that combines the two mnemonics that Ko has already, but now I have a unifying keyword. So then it alleviates the need to think of them as two separate things. When you think of two separate things, it can be a little bit extra effort for me. So you layer on top, you associate it with something that is already existent. I imagine it was a little bit tougher when Ko is thinking about all these mnemonics in which how deep you want to weave this. And it's really difficult because you have to foresee all of this as well. Kevin, on the other hand, on HanziHero, seems like they went out of their way to try to do that. And then you can kind of see like certain places it starts spiraling a little bit, and so it's a very human creative limitation in my opinion. So very, very rationally acceptable. However, it doesn't stop you from doing it. Obviously, what I'm saying here is for the purpose of how I get to remember something when it's not memorable yet, right? So these mnemonics when you invest in these mnemonics, there's a chance you might remember them sooner rather than later. And then obviously they may fade, as in the literal concept that's associated with these will turn over. However, the practice of doing this is maintenance, right? It's maintained. So if you don't do any of these type of things, then the moment WaniKani leaves, you don't do them anymore. As in, the next time, are you going to have to use you hope that WaniKani also expands into math or science, or you hope that someone else adopted the SRS system for science, and all the other things. That is a possibility. I mean, the internet is really rich in that way, and you hope that the tool that worked for you is adapted to maybe everything else that you need to learn. That is a very distinct possibility. However, for me, it's very enjoyable to practice doing this myself. So what WaniKani doesn't necessarily stop me from doing it as well, right? It's learning from other people's learning method. So I think that's one thing that I haven't gotten the opportunity to demonstrate directly, largely because Duolingo, the stuff that I do, the Duolingo doesn't do at all. So that took up most of my time. So Duolingo kind of gave a lot of opportunities where there are things that I typically do, but Duolingo doesn't do. So then I perform those things along with Duolingo, creating constructs, associations, organizing the antonyms, synonyms, meanings, like in a more me way. But Duolingo is doing something else. So I extract whatever Duolingo is doing and adapt it to the things that I do. Like, I didn't think particularly like how do I approach kanji, like its association with writing, like stroke order and the reads. I didn't know these things, so I couldn't possibly have developed or integrate any form of learning strategy that from what I've learned without that knowledge. So that's what Duolingo provides in spades. So I use that knowledge to then spin it into my own thing. WaniKani is doing so much. This, to me, this practice is not possible. Or I would overlook it. There's a chance I would overlook these things because I could choose to do and learn and rely on the way I have always done word associations. I pull up a dictionary, a textbook. I write the definition down and form the connection between them based on their definition, as opposed to wholeheartedly starting right away reading someone else's interpretation of these words, and that provides a source of inspiration. Now, when things don't connect, I either try to leverage whatever they provided as much as I can, or, you know, mix and match. So in this case, I abandon one of the mnemonics in order to unify the two mnemonics, and I embrace both the mnemonics and consolidate the mnemonics for any weak spots. And then I rely on the SRS, right? The SRS for the other stuff, largely because I understand what the SRS is doing, because I do that inherently. So what happens here is I haven't really challenged myself yet to try to use what WaniKani does and then do something with it yet. Like, for example, an interesting way to do it when I'm recalling these things is I could challenge myself to make a singular mnemonic for all of these combined. But for me, functionally, it doesn't overlap with my current immediate goals, right? Maybe in the future, which it is something that I'm lacking here, instead of having this section, I would love to have a vocabulary display, which then we'll probably have to go into like the levels up here, right, to look for it. And I can create short stories out of the vocabulary eventually. Not right now, because I think the way it's organized, it doesn't have lots of bits and pieces that I require. Meanwhile, Ko is providing sentences, like sentences, pattern of use for the vocabulary, and that's wonderful. What sparks all this commentary is there was a thread, the thread that I read on WaniKani's side of things. I read another thing on HanziHero, which kind of is related to this. Someone said some of the context sentences are weird, and they're like, I guess, unnatural or weirdly structured or weirdly interpreted. That was the word, interpreted. And the weird interpretation that they were saying was on the English side of things, which then affects the Japanese perception, right? Like things like you miss all the shots you don't take. Like, how do you express that in Japanese? It's not that. It usually I encountered a few of them already where it was like your father's heavenly, like your father in heaven, that kind of stuff, or the short ones on the side for the pattern of use can turn into like interpretive sayings, right? And my thought was, well, they're interpretive sayings, so they give you ideas of how they can be used. While yes, there is, I'm not saying I'm one or the other, but the argument and the complaint, or I guess the constructive criticism, I don't think it was constructive. It was more like a commentary on what is weird and what isn't, because they just said it was weird, it doesn't make any sense, it's confusing, and that's it. It ends there. There's no like, oh, what if you said it this way? Some comments did share that, but the original poster was not interested in offering constructive criticism. It was more of the community members after I said, oh, it could be like this, I found it constructively makes sense if you arrange this and look at these parts, that kind of thing. So where am I going with this? Usually I find context sentences and whatnot, when you're taking in like this format, you could do it yourself too, right? I think Ko gives a lot of ideas. I'm not entirely sure if anywhere it says that I'm not sure if anywhere it says that these are not strongly restricted, right? You can only give certain examples. Yeah, today's level update, Gecko. I'm doing pretty well. We're all ready for tomorrow's like start of the Duolingo Chinese course. So it was 2 days longer than I thought until level update. Actually, if since I didn't know the exact timing of WaniKani's like how often the kanji comes up, due to the 2 or 3 hour shift every time, it added 2 additional days. So I would have, in retrospect, been able to finish my Duolingo Chinese review yesterday. But however, yeah, we're getting our level up today, and then we do our Duolingo review tomorrow. Anyways, this is what I mean by sometimes it's complaining and it's non-constructive criticism, which is perfectly fine. You know, it's very informative to the developer. And at the same time, there's constructive criticism. And in this case, the interpretive nature, I don't necessarily think there are any hard, fast rules for how to interpret idioms in English from Japanese, as far as I know. However, the person who presents their case sounds like there is a standard. And for me, that reminds me of how the great distinction between how to interpret that feedback, right? I don't work professionally anymore, right? That professional word has been thrown around a couple of times in the last couple of days. I don't work professionally anymore, so I haven't. I typically vicariously analyze people's construction, like criticisms, and how the developers interact with their community members and respond to them, as a vicarious way to keep myself on my toes when it comes to perhaps in the future I'll do something professionally again. That's kind of the idea. Look at people's criticisms, extract, understand where they're coming from, and then seeing how the developer responds, which in this case, the community members responded. I don't think anyone from Tofugu necessarily. HanziHero had a really interesting thread, but I'll talk about that later in HanziHero. It has something to do with actually, we can kind of relate it to WaniKani. It has to do with naming radicals, as in like what they functionally serve. So I'll give like a short Sparks Notes version. This person, their constructive criticism. I'm gonna put it in quotes because this is more of a opinion attached to emotions as opposed to constructive, because there wasn't any like offer other than the construction is to consolidate. So, and a good example is the 2 mistakes that I made yesterday. I'm consolidating those. The opinion was name radicals based on their nearest. They always name radical components based on their nearest meaning. So what I mean by this is if you call this task and you provided a mnemonic for task, this should have a mnemonic that is related to this mnemonic and also refer to this as task. However, this person is already educated in Japanese. So their complaint is their opinion. They already know these things in advance, as in the reason this criticism comes up is in retrospect, and also that they use other resources, right? So they already know something, and this is where the opinion comes in. This is the contextual. They know what this means. So they retroactively told Kevin, the developer at HanziHero, that you should make this mean the same thing as this. Now the order of operations does not work that way when it comes to the design of WaniKani and HanziHero. You learn the radicals, associate something with it, and then transition to their use, right? Now, I did notice this in HanziHero, like for example, what is it? Life, for example, in WaniKani is life in their first kanji introduction, right? So that creates the consistency. The mnemonics is to describe this character, and then the mnemonics is to describe the reed, right? So these are apples and oranges. So these two mnemonics are separate in WaniKani. In HanziHero, oftentimes the mnemonic for this is weaved into the mnemonic for the reed. So this is a distinguishing factor between WaniKani and HanziHero. So this person argued that, probably because they also use WaniKani, that when you know this mnemonic, it should be named the same as their associated mnemonic, so that when you read the whole mnemonic, it's not redundant. As in, now if this is alien, by the way, in HanziHero, to compare. This is alien, and their first word they introduce is life. Their first Hanzi is life. So now they have a mnemonic that involves Shrek discovering an alien that looks dead, and it suddenly comes to life. That is the mnemonic for Shrek is outside. Shrek is outside of the English Manor, discovering an alien that looks dead, and it suddenly comes to life. Why outside of the English Manor? That's Sheng, right? Sheng, Shrek, S-H-E-N-G, tone 1, outside. So, and then the alien is separated from life. So now if Kevin were to write something like the life, a life, and a life, now he has to write something that uses life twice in a mnemonic. But which life is it? Is it life the radical or life the Hanzi character? The Hanzi. So sometimes he keeps it consistent. He does reply to this, and WaniKani not so much, because the Tofugu group is a little bigger, the operation's bigger, right? He says, you know, we try to make these consistent and then try to spin the two as much as possible. Now, there was another example this person picked up, and I actually I'm in the other part vicariously. So this person said they complained about this character, which I can see why they would complain about this character. So this radical was named Silver. And I just got that yesterday in HanziHero, right? Silver. And this person's like, why would you call this Silver? It's a trigram, right? It's identical to the trigram. Why do you call something that it already represents a Hanzi? This is where opinions are pushed like constructive criticism, right? So this person's opinion is that they already know trigram, so this should be introduced as trigram. And funny enough, guess what my opinion is, which I'm not pushing as some form of constructive criticism. I actually learned this as Silver. And Kevin's example is that the odds of someone knowing trigram when they're learning Japanese is less likely than their association with the radical Silver, because Silver is more likely to come up first. And especially when you think of it from a blank slate, like a child perspective. Yes, Silver did come up first for me as well. And for the record, Kevin went further and say the concept of a trigram is very difficult to describe this radical, right? When someone makes a criticism, rarely does it take time into like delta t into into consideration. Order does matter here. I feel like whenever someone thinks about goals, when they think about goals and where they are, they rarely think about the order in which things happen. Oh, you already know this stuff. Does it affect the way you interpret design? Yes, it does. And that's actually kind of what developers have to think about all the time, and they have to address that the majority of the time, because people are at different experience points, right? And in this case, when he made that comment, I thought back to my video yesterday, and I said that exact thing when this came up. I'm like, oh, Silver, I see where they got that from. It's my first prototypic kanji. My first prototypic kanji is Silver for this character. In fact, I even made a further argument. It's like before Silver, there was food related things. Because on the right side of food, it also has this. Kind of thing going on, like this stuff. So, and I even made the comment about how this radical, I get it confused because sometimes the bottom is abbreviated like this in some characters and some aren't. So I literally referenced this. And this is what I mean by when you're reading comments, you kind of, the comments that they make kind of gives away the way people think about how they solve problems, which is not bad or good. It's nice to see that Kevin takes his time to answer. His posts are gigantic, by the way. Kevin really likes to talk, like explain things, and I kind of like that. It's still a two-person operation, so anyways, WaniKani has the same thing. So I drew some parallelisms because I had to consolidate some of the mnemonics, largely because yes, I do have a preference in stacking mnemonics. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't learn a different way, right? And you can't, and it also doesn't necessarily mean you can't do it yourself. Now, the question is, whenever someone says, change this, and it insinuates or presumes, right? Let's just say infers that it's a change for the better. It's a change for the better. That is erroneous. That is a leap of logic. A leap of logic. When you're sampling your sub and sampling only based on your sub and sampling based only on your opinions, the idea that it is a change for the better when you're insinuating it can only be this good, it can only get better with this change, that's a leap of logic. And in fact, it was a pure coincidence. It was a pure coincidence. When I read Kevin's comment, my thought was, that's exactly what I think. And that is still not sufficient enough to say that whatever Kevin decided to do is for the better. The idea is that there are counter arguments to what this person's inferring. The person could infer a suggestion that compromises between both of them because both cases are true in some way. So that way that that other person spoke is as though their way only exists and the other way does not exist. And of course, it does because Kevin already made it that way. Kevin also is a person who's learning the language and have learned the language. And this is what makes Kevin a bit different when it comes to how close that person is to the learning experience. So not only does a suggestion or inference was so strong that suggests that that person they're talking to doesn't understand how to learn Chinese, how to learn Mandarin from a perspective, they rarely even considered why it was like that in the first place. Now, to be fair for that the poster, they technically asked like, oh, I'm confused here, why would you use that? And that's fair. Like it's not as aggressive as I might make it sound. Apologies to that person. They did come out and ask, I find this confusing, why did you do it this way? The following stuff is what I had a little bit of a nitpick on, where they keep insinuating that their way, the way they use their language, their way is the better way. And then, of course, what would happen? Another poster reinforces that logic. I'm like, yes, that would be considered the beginnings of an echo chamber, right? Now people will echo that, as opposed to inviting both sides of the discussion. The nice thing is then Kevin responded to this. So then it would invite another person who has a differing perspective, so that the echo chamber doesn't end up spiraling down to a rabbit hole where only one way is the better way, right? That's kind of the idea. HanziHero also has more constraints because they are more ambitious with their approach on mnemonics. Yes, they have far more constraints. And the way a lot of people are criticizing, like, is coming from less constraints. WaniKani is definitely compromising here. Like, I feel Ko's writing is a bit more flexible when it comes to the design because they don't want to be more ambitious with it. Now you can be more ambitious with it. So all the mistakes that I've made so far, I'm adding that ambition. So I'm adding the things that may make it work, acknowledging that I can see why Ko decided to keep the mnemonics separate for these. Like, appreciating what would happen if they start doing it that way. All I can think about is, dude, doing like own and kun reads while interlacing own and kun reads into radicals, like making them associate with each other while also differentiating between them, is going to be a nightmare, in my opinion. Like, just thinking about it makes it nightmarish. However, Kevin was able to be more ambitious because there are fewer exceptions, right? It's not the norm, it's more of the exception when you're associating a mnemonic for a read to a radical. So he does it where he's able to, otherwise he flips the meaning in order to link them together, right? In Japanese, like, I can understand why I can understand the motivations of keeping these things separate. And then kanji, distinct enough from the vocabulary, largely because that would get a little tricky in my opinion. It would open a different obstacle, which is an obstacle that I can vicariously understand or maybe even firsthand understand. For each one, there are 2 sounds, 1 tone, and 1 or more components to integrate, plus the Hanzi meaning. Yeah. And somehow the whole thing has to make some amount of sense. Exactly. So I think Kevin is challenging himself, actually. So to me, kudos to Kevin. Kevin strikes me as someone a lot younger, right, than the WaniKani devs. And oftentimes, after a while of experience, you kind of fall into your refined approach. And right now, it sounds to me Kevin is ambitious because he's younger and he wants to accomplish a lot of different takes and whatnot. And that's kind of very inspiring. It's very lively, invigorating. Meanwhile, Tofugu is more like the workhorse now, right? And somehow, when I don't quite remember myself, have you encountered many single radical kanjis that use a different mnemonic than the radical for the meaning? Let me think. So, then the radical for the meaning. Have I yet? Let's use these ones. Which ones are far here? Spoon? Spoon is pretty far. Anything dealing with spoon. So like, this is spoon, like this is an example of spoon, but it's north. Right. And why isn't this a problem for me is because I already know both of them. Right? So like that other person, I wouldn't go back and say, oh my gosh, this is north. So why isn't this called north or related to north? Which you might be thinking, oh wait, but it does mean spoon too. It's like, well, I don't know that yet, right? So there's a chance this means spoon. So I rely on the idea that maybe I'll have clairvoyance about this in the future, which the word spoon that I'm thinking of, it does not look like this, but that's because of Chinese. And then spoon, right? Spoon, as in the katakana, is spoon. It has nothing to do with this either. So, that's one. Anything that deals with lid. Actually, most of these don't have... Wait. Yeah, lid. Is there anything else that we have used? Huh. Direction's fine. Owl is fine. Dry? Wait, is this dry or... Yeah, this is dry. Dry is a big one. And it was also HanziHero one. HanziHero used, rack. Yes, but there are 2 radicals in north, and kanjis get more and more complex with more radicals. It would be pretty tough to find radicals that work and have close meaning. No. I think you missed my, you missed the earlier part. The basis of the radical is to find the nearest purest associated kanji. We're not talking about identity here. Identity is a end of discussion. There's a obvious reason why these are called radicals in kanji. They are often not identical. That is like no argument. Like I agree with you. But the nearest purest example you just asked me, is there a example that I remember that is a single kanji that use a different mnemonic, but it's about the nearest one? right? So for example, technically this, which is task, right, is task, but the mnemonic is very different. Actually, the reason why I don't have problems with this is most of the mnemonics outside of like the character-based mnemonics have, to me, conceptually have no need or requirement to be related to each other. Even if they're single or the nearest. Spoon does not have a standalone at all. So the nearest thing is north that they introduced. They usually try to introduce the thing that is nearest to it. And the comment is that it should be towards the nearest thing so that you have one less thing to remember. One less thing, the mnemonics to have. So yes, it's by default that radicals will be less complicated than kanji. That is like a given, right? Like there's no argument there. That's stating something that's not relevant to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, for example, here's an example. In HanziHero, this is winter. Actually, is it HanziHero? Yes. This is winter. And then winter is winter, which is here. So that's a near Hanzi. Actually, wait. Sorry. That's a WaniKani example too. Sorry. This is a WaniKani example too. So in this case, here winter is winter with two less strokes, right? So we're talking about near things as well. And the mnemonic for these are non-existent. There's no mnemonics. If you know one, you know the other. Like in terms of connection, you know one and you know the other, right? So this is near as in visual connection. Fair enough, right? And then when you have task and task, there is no connection between those mnemonics. Like, sort of. So task, or actually, what is this for task? Oh, it looks like a calendar. So this is calendar. And so what that personal form would like spoon to be called and say, no, this is not an example. This is not an example. The person, I already said the examples this person is talking about. They're talking about this, which is silver instead of trigram. But that's on HanziHero. This is not Japanese. We're not talking about Japanese, but it's relevant. It's still relevant to Japanese in some extent. Trigram is this character. Silver is not this character. It's a near kanji and or Hanzi. This is silver. So the person says, why didn't you pick trigram? Because it's identical to this. Instead of silver. Think about making a mnemonic for trigram as the first way to remember this character. It is relevant to making the mnemonic. Versus having someone conceptualize silver and having a near kanji or a near hanzi, because this is gin. In fact, I remember this as gin before I remembered it as I actually don't even know what silver is. Oh, I do know. Yin. Like yinko. Not Yinko and Yinghan, which is bank. It's bank for both. Right? So that's the example. Things are flexible and near a lot of times. So you can choose to separate them if you want, which WaniKani chooses to separate them. Meanwhile, Kevin decided to pick silver because silver is likely to come up before trigram. But trigram is identical to this. This is one of the trigrams. In fact, I'm not even sure if I understand what a trigram is. So no, it doesn't have to be one of the kanji. It's the closest kanji, or the closest Hanzi. Does HanziHero, like WaniKani, also have components that do not have an exact corresponding character? Yes, that was one of them. Or not really, not one of them. What is a good example? Like all of these, most of these show up. Like for example, I expect to see this at some point. I expect to see this. Oh, this was it. Lid. They both settled on lid. Both of them are lid. There's no corresponding kanji to this. At least that Hanzi, if I remember correctly. There's one for that. Didn't see hat yet. Most of the radicals are conserved. HanziHero uses different words for these a lot of times. Not a lot of times, but significant. Maybe like 30% of the time they use different words. So I have to remember those, right? I have to remember those. Now, someone could be really, really angry and get really upset that they're learning Japanese and Chinese and they have to remember extra words, right? Like, for example, from now on, I need to remember alien and life. However, in Kevin's case, I know that life is associated with alien. In WaniKani's case, I know that life is still life. However, knowing life doesn't help me remember the read for life. While I remember alien and life, I remember the read for sheng. I remember sheng because I remember alien and life. For WaniKani, if I know this as life, it doesn't help me with reading this as se and sho. Not exactly. Not in the same way. Not directly. I connected it because in this specific case, actually, I lied a little bit. I lied a little bit. In this case, Ko actually did a wonderful way of connecting it. In a way, your life with the sword, when you did the correct thing, where's the correct thing? Ko actually did a really special thing for this one so far. Where's correct? Is correct even on here? No, see, correct isn't even on this list, but so he linked it with correct. When you do the correct thing, se and sho. The shogun and the saber mnemonic was done twice. So with that saber, you learn what else to do with your life. That's the mnemonic. So it's not necessarily connected with the radicals mnemonic. It's actually connected with correct. The life you take away with your new saber. And the saber is doing the correct thing. Remember? Sei from sho. Sei sho. Sei and sho for correct. So that's not even connected with the radical. The mnemonic is not connected with the radical. In a way, it's actually more connected to another kanji, which can work too, right? So Ko goes around and do whatever comes to mind, which normalizes this expectation, and I play along with it, right? And if it becomes confusing and whatnot, I do it again. Alien life, they're out there, bro. Be on your watch. Oh boy. I blame the people inside the walls. Yeah, so I like when this happens, when whenever Ko links whichever one. It doesn't have to be with another radical. Like, it doesn't have to always go this direction, right? You can link it this direction, right? And then there should be another box of vocabulary, right, with stuff. And vocabulary can link with each other. They can link with this. They can link all the way back to the radical. Kevin, on the other hand, Kevin tries to do all the radicals with all the kanji and then leave vocabulary separate. But in a way, use the meaning of the characters to define the vocabulary. Like, so what I mean is, there is not necessarily a mnemonic connection between the characters and the vocabulary. WaniKani is separate on all of them, like on all the fronts. What I mean is, it's not consistent enough to say that code deliberately tried to connect all of them all the time. It's like on a whim, whatever is more convenient. So for remembering life, it's actually correct, is how I remember it, because that's what his mnemonic connects. It does not connect, the read is not connected to radicals, because radicals don't have reads, right? There's no read connection. And it's an interesting way to juggle all these things. Drink agua. Oh. Yo. So right now, with all of this said and done, really, many would probably say, what's the point? Right? What's the point? When you remember these characters, you don't need mnemonics anymore. You don't need it anymore, right? The moment you remember it, you don't need this anymore. Like, I will probably end up forgetting. I will probably end up forgetting these mnemonics. And before all of this, what triggered all of this is you're practicing. I'm practicing a skill that is not appreciated by its end goal. It's appreciated by retaining the practice. So for example, when someone goes and say, oh yeah, if A leads to B, then that's the rule, right? It's like, if I can only connect A moving to B, then that's the right way to do things, or maybe the only effective way to do things. And this is where I think cognitive dissonance pops in a lot of times. Then when someone thinks this way, when they think this is the best way for them, and they didn't realize they're at B already, and they're making a comment with A, these two things are not equivalent. So the person who's making a comment is already at position B, and they think they're making an A to B argument, but they're actually making a B to A argument, where they already know the Hanzi, and they think that you should retroactively change radicals to fit the design of whichever. And my argument, or my concern about this, is, does this person know that they're in position B? Because I know that I'm in position B. So even so, when I say it's not as impactful, like WaniKani, it's not as impactful that these two are not linked, I have to admit to myself and concede that since I already know a lot of these characters, going either direction is sufficient. It helps me learn a radical. How do I learn radicals in WaniKani the first 31 days? I learn because I already know the characters. For HanziHero, my transparency is that I already know lots of the vocabulary. So I use the vocabulary to learn the mnemonics. How do I remember that? Shrek is in front of the English manor, discovering an alien that he thought was dead and suddenly come alive, is because I already know Sheng is the read on life. So what I'm using now is I'm using my knowledge, because I'm in state B, to learn A. And that's what I'm doing in WaniKani too. Until everything is new, right? Is that going to happen? No. Some things are new. So now when some things are new, I'm using different approach. So these two things, I got a mistake, right? And I found out that I'm not very good with WaniKani. I'm not good with whatever WaniKani is doing. So what happens is I'm building on top of these. So my mnemonic now is plant for this guy, and this guy is ice cream. Because now these are things that are new, and the new things are weak because I didn't use WaniKani the way it was designed, because I was in a state that is not the starting state. So when people make criticisms, oftentimes they use their status. Like, oh, hey, I have used Mikuro or Mirugi or whatever the upcoming thing, and I use Pleco and whatnot, and this is what I think should be the right way to do things, because your way doesn't make sense. It confuses me. And my first thought was, okay, do they know what their status is? Like, what does that imply? If you use these things already, do you understand how it impacts your perception of what the product is doing, right? For me, when I started WaniKani, I said that I am not from zero, because it will dramatically affect all my commentary and all my things. So what I do best is to leverage getting on the ball with Ko. So I try my best. Most of my focus is on mnemonics. As in, it takes me longer, which people don't like. It takes me longer to memorize the mnemonics than just say I know the characters, right? So this is an unpopular opinion. Why waste your time? Some people will say, why waste your time? Which the people that aren't here anymore. All right, you're gonna head out. Take care, Tio. Take care. Stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck with all your work and your schoolwork. I expect to see a full-fledged medical professional in the future, Tio. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. So why waste your time? Yeah, most people who are not here anymore, who says they like foundations and understanding learning and whatnot, they're not here anymore. Not here anymore because there's nothing to learn. Right? And I'm like, okay, that's understandable. If your goal is to acquire new kanji, right? New kanji, going over kanji you already know is probably going to appear like a waste of time. So before I can get to new kanji, right? Before I can get to new kanji, I have to do all of these things, right? So I have to do all of these things. I can choose to sit there and get angry and say I'm wasting my time, or I can use all the extra time to like talk to you and chill with you, Gecko, and also talk about how the experience is different and maybe what I could do along the way. So then the question is, am I wasting my time? Well, no, but I'm still technically wasting my time based on other people's goals. So when someone's goals does not include my goals, right? My goals, then yes, I'm still wasting your time. Right? I'm still wasting that person's time. And if that person's watching me, then it would most definitely still feel like a waste of time because they believe that what I'm doing doesn't serve their purpose. And that makes sense. That's why they're not around anymore. It's a mutual understanding, right? Or at least for me. For them, it could be an emotional understanding. Like they're like, oh man, this guy talks a lot of crap. Right? And that's fine. For me, it doesn't really affect me. I hope they will be less frustrated in the future because they can understand what they want to watch, what they want. It's frustrating when you watch something that you already know and you think you already know because then your time is wasted, right? That's kind of the thing. And this person, I would say the core of this person's argument, like the emotional core of this person's argument is that why waste extra time, Kevin, right? Why waste extra time, Kevin, by making more definitions, more mnemonics for radicals when they already mean the same thing, or they mean something already in their character form? And Kevin was able to explain that. Well, the ones they highlighted, they said like, oh, this happened 14 other times, but this is one of the examples. And I would love to hear what their other examples are, because the one that they picked, Silver, is the one that Kevin was able to explain because it's the one that they actually literally mentioned. And for me, Silver was explained. Kevin took the words out of my mouth, basically. Like I was reading that, I was like, okay, well, I have something. And I scrolled down and Kevin explained it. And I'm like, excellent. That's one approach. You try to explain it. I would be surprised if this is a character. I didn't get this character yet. Maybe today I get something that used oh, actually, this mnemonic did use Triceratops though. So see, this is a near kanji, right? So the Triceratops is half of it is being sunbathe. I think it was sunbathing is what they were doing. So yeah, this mnemonic incorporates the Triceratops and the new meaning half, right? And wait, why was sun? Oh, because they were drying up. They were doing drying. Sunbathing is a form of drying, so that creates the half, right? And then there's a mnemonic for the reed. Oh wait. Yeah, we didn't get the actually, the vocabulary might just be the same thing too. Yeah, that might be a pass on the vocabulary as well. So yeah, totally, you can still incorporate the things. For this, right, spoon. I forgot how spoon works here. I don't know if there's anything dealing with spoon. Oh, there is. Yes, if you rub ice stick against a spoon, right, then it points north, which I can't I didn't remember that because it's tough, right? Because there's ice, stick, and spoon. So definitely you still, you know, Ko does their best as well. Does their best. And it serves for that purpose, as opposed to like pigeonholing the radicals to its closest thing, at least in my opinion. One of the flexibilities is to determine something and then find the, I don't know why north is the first thing, but I can't appreciate these things because I don't know enough Japanese or Chinese. Either way, this other person probably knows a lot more Mandarin and a lot more, possibly even Japanese, more than I do. So how does that affect their perspective on learning the characters, right? If it doesn't work for me, I can at least see how it, or attempt to try to know how it works for them, right? The comment that was being made doesn't seem like it feels like that person attempted to understand and then they criticize the thing without understanding, right? Hear me out here. When someone says, I am confused, why do you do this? Right? To someone, and then proceeds to offer a solution or suggests to offer a solution. Isn't this kind of weird? I mean, logically speaking, isn't this kind of weird? If you're confused as why someone is doing something, would it be prudent? I mean, I'm asking, this is a rhetoric. Would it be prudent when you offer a solution, it be with an understanding of what is confusing first? Right? Because order matters. Right? Much like if you know a kanji already, what's the point in learning the radical? So here, and this is a great preface for most of the, I would say a good majority of the threads I read. I would say 50% of the threads I read, which someone would suggest that they don't understand something yet and proceeds to say something after establishing that they don't understand what's going on. So if you can't explain the problem, if you can't explain the nature of the problem or the nature of the design, and then proceeds to insist that you understand a compromise or a solution to it, I fail to understand how they would know if this is addressing the problem or not. And I think most of the time people like the most emotional, we're gonna say, this is my telltale sign that it's emotional. It's very strong emotionally. Alternatively, if one is non-emotional about it, I probably ask, can you explain this to me? And then find out if I still have a problem with it, or I have a solution that addresses the thing, right? That's like someone coming at me, say, hey, dear at random Duolingo user. Dear random Duolingo user, did you know Duolingo doesn't teach anything? Right? I would suggest using Anki because Anki teaches things. And my first thought is, hello, stranger. Hello, stranger. What do you know about me? I assume you have a definition of a Duolingo user And then therefore you're inferring that this is true, so then you're making this advice, right? Now the problem with this is you're offering a solution that is dependent on your definition of a Duolingo user. And that definition requires you to understand the stranger. That's like offering a solution without understanding the product. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. It doesn't affect your point at all, but watch out, this is not lid on WaniKani. I think it's roof. Yeah, it's roof. I know. When I say lid, again, this is a presumption. When I say lid, I'm saying lid and roof. It's the unifying mnemonic that I'm using for both. If you watched the last 7 days, when I go over the monics, at the end, I would say spoon, winter, dry, canopy, finger, window, heart, direction, stool, fur, father, old, roof, task, arrow, door, poop, towel, life, now, roof, or hat. That will come later. Hat, triceratops, ice, and stone. So, context, right? That's also FOMO again, like predicating on fear. Not make sure that you don't make the mistake. Hello there, Procol. Maybe the proposed solution purpose is to better explain the source of the confusion, possibly guiding the response to the relevant points. That's a good point. That's a fair point, actually. That's probably a very reasonable way to explain the motivation behind moving forward with the presumption. Like, why wouldn't you go to this? Yeah, that's what's confusing you. That's a good information for Kevin to explain, actually. Yeah, that would be a great way to interpret that. Would be very reasonable in explaining the motivation to include the rest of the commentary. At least I would assume that the writer's that's the writer's purpose. I didn't think about the writer's purpose yet, because I was still caught up on how the writer conceived to post that in the first place. So that's probably a very reasonable way of interpreting it. Now, could it be presented, communicated more effectively? Probably. That's a cliche terminating discussion, right? I think you and I would most by default say that most things produced by a human being could be more effectively presented, largely due to the nature that perfection is something unattainable. So I agree with that, probably. But you see, but lid and roof are two separate radicals that both exist on WaniKani, so how do you plan to remember which is which? The moment when lid shows up. Order of operations. So, since I don't know something, since you know something, I don't know. Oh, it was? Oh, right. Sorry. This lid? Yeah. I keep them separate. That's about it. Lid and roof, right? Oh, sorry. Lid is lid still because lid is attached to lid. So in HanziHero, this is lid. This is lid. And this is roof. But roof is chamfered. So that's how I would know. That's the really it's knowing the side thing, which is what HanziHero use, right? I mean, not WaniKani use for this. No? Oh, it's not what WaniKani uses for this. Well, I guess somehow I just know. I have no idea anymore. What are we talking about? We're talking about mnemonics. Yeah, so my bad. Lid, this is lid for HanziHero as well. And then this is roof. Yes. And I say lid in my example largely because lid is in roof. So what was another example? HanziHero has an example. The gun? Oh, no. This is WaniKani's example, I think. The gun on the cross? Like this. The gun on the cross. That's how I keep them separate. Lid is in roof. So when I think of lid, one of the permutations is roof. So let's take a step further back. Much like gun and cross is in cow. Or and then we have cow maybe in cow and ground. So this is ground and cow. And then we have like leaf and stone. Or not leaf and stone, sorry. Leaf and mouth. Here. So probably that. But I haven't gotten it incorrect yet. So if I do get them confused, we'll find a new way. Right? We'll find a new way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So when you're saying, be careful of this, be careful of that, if the problem occurs, then I will probably be able to tell you more whether I get them confused or not and what I would do to distinguish them. So instead, this type of my message for this is worrying about knowledge that I don't have yet is something I don't do very efficiently, I suppose. So for example, something that you might see as a problem, which is lid and roof, is possibly something that I will encounter in the future. Right? I may encounter this in the future. Is that a problem now? It's not a problem now. Will it become a problem in the future? Maybe. And if it does, I'll probably address it then, as opposed to now. In fact, there is a chance that I might not even use any of these radicals by the time I get there. So that's also a thing too. Like, remember that these radicals are to solve the mnemonics. Radicals themselves are mnemonics for the characters, right? So if I got lid and lid and stuff confused, but it just keeps, well, it's just you kept pointing at while referring to as lid, so I thought I would at least point out that it's not, even if you know you haven't made a mistake on those radicals so far. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I get that intent. And then I'm explaining it. So I could choose not to explain it and say, oh yeah, you're right. My bad. This is my mistake. This is roof. And then you wouldn't know anything about what I was thinking about, nor would you gain anything from I would gain anything from acknowledging that I know this is roof. So we could choose to do that. That would be probably something I'm less likely to do. I have done it a couple times. Like when someone says, well, actually, I guess kids these days use YK, right? You know that this is this, not that. And yeah, I will use that opportunity to explain. Yep. Another thing that some people might like is using the ends justifies the means kind of thing. Ends justifies the mean approach, which is I could say all of these radicals are used to learn these things, right? To learn these things. And in the long run, if you're using roof and roof helps you with the kanji, or you already know the kanji without the roof meaning, then it's a quote a moot point. However, I would counter argue myself and say that, well, you need to burn this item for completion, right? You need to burn this item for completion in order to be quote unquote complete. However, then it goes back to the idea that it's a moot point if you never burn any of the radicals. Largely because when you talk and read these things, you don't read based on their radicals. That kind of thing. But it is important to me. So I agree with you that if I was making a mistake on these things, it's important to me. I don't want to end up sounding pedantic like the people that don't find this useful. And hopefully it challenges me to see a weakness in the way I'm remembering the radicals. And I wouldn't say that you shouldn't be doing that. I guess that might be the inference by what you're saying now, where I might be implying that there's no value to pointing things out, which I don't think I said anything of that nature, that there's no value to pointing things out, which that might be an inference from how I was talking about it. Even if I don't make a mistake, or maybe I could rationalize why the mistake was made in the first place, there's a point to it, at least in my opinion. I do not want to make it sound like just because I didn't make a mistake or didn't confuse them, there's no point in pointing out the tendency, right? There is quite a lot of tendency for when I say something and it's not the thing that I'm thinking. Hopefully I like to think that other people find that feeling relatable when you say something and you mean something else, right? In this case, it was a good example because I did say lid a couple times. I even wrote lid twice. Here for HanziHero and WaniKani because lid is not located here at level 3. What was the other example? it was another example where I was looking for the kanji, but since they only show the current level, I would have to go up here. I think I said something about having to go up here to make a larger mnemonic with all the other radicals put together, because WaniKani's design is not to display everything that's inherent here. Anyways, we're gonna start the review. That was the digression for today, by the way. I had another video. It was about AI and deep learning, but we're not gonna go into that. That's gonna be way too long. We gotta finish today, so we're gonna go in, unlock our lessons. Yeah, there was something about deep learning from a channel that I watch. The use of deep learning and the stuff. Yeah, I appreciate you pointing it out. You can definitely keep pointing them out, because that will allow me to explain things. Like here, do you work? Have you ever worked in programming at all, Gecko? In your experience, sometimes when people focus on explaining their mistakes, because they get quite defensive about it, and I wanted to make sure that's not, which isn't so. It's all good. Yeah. I think the nice thing about streaming, especially live. I know, how can streaming not be live? Like if you're watching a VOD instead. But when you're doing it live, right, as a person streaming, you're more inclined. Now, this can be a bad and a good thing, like a double edge, right? You become accustomed to explaining things. You would think this. Okay, hear me out. You would think this, and I'm gonna put a big asterisk here. I am accustomed to explaining. I'm accustomed to explaining things, largely because I treat streaming, maybe because my background preferentially is accustomed to explaining. Now, anecdotally, I could counter-argue myself to oblivion by saying that actually Twitch, the way Twitch structures things, it gives unilateral control to the streamer. So then that would imply that this person could actually have a lower awareness over time, which lower awareness often correlates with lower explanatory skills. And with that, lower tolerance, right? That lower tolerance leads to explosive behavior. This isn't always this neat, obviously. I'm painting a narrative here. This is one potential and very often seen consequence. I decided to stream language learning because it reminds me of peer review. So in science, right, one thing that keeps you in check from your emotional state, a lot of times, emotional or like preferences and biases tend to be constant peer review, either your colleagues or your classmate. And this is the closest way that I make it so that it's not self-study. Yes, the act of me doing these things is self-study. However, there's a very strong danger in self-study. Self-study is unchecked, is unhinged, and oftentimes when you're a streamer, you can also choose to stay unhinged and ignorant. And that's fine. That's a way to manage your emotional distress, right? And for myself, what is the double edge? I can sometimes be very cold, right? Very cold, aggressive, And what I mean by aggressive is not like emotionally aggressive, just logically aggressive. As in, I thought about this a lot. I say these things a lot. I think about different angles a lot. So when someone asks a question and challenge me, they get like a 4-hour explanation, and then it can come off as logically aggressive, cold, and mansplaining. For the record, I have been accused of mansplaining to men, and then mansplaining to women, and mansplaining to every particular thing. And unfortunately, it would be very difficult to convey to a stranger that I indiscriminately explain things all the time, because that is what keeps me emotionally in check. Otherwise, it'd be very difficult to get a PhD, in my opinion, if you let your emotional side run wild in your experiments and stuff. Like, imagine wanting your hypothesis to be correct. That sucks, because the moment you want your hypothesis to be correct, that's when your experiment goes out the window. When you want data to say a certain thing because that's what you believe is supposed to happen, that's when your experiment is completely invalidated. As a matter of fact, you're not a professional programmer yourself, but you do work for IT consulting company. Oh, so I know a fair bit about programming. I won't say too much about this. The thing that I wanted to talk about yesterday or this morning is the rubber duck. The rubber duck. Do you know what I mean by the rubber duck? I haven't heard this term for a really long time until a YouTube short came up, and I was like, ah, yes, the rubber duck. The rubber duck debugging. I haven't heard this like description in a while. And this is what I believe happens when I explain things a lot, like to myself or to others who are listening, right? To others who want to listen, who desires to listen. If I don't hear myself explain things, which is a consequence of people pointing things out, right? If my best friends and stuff stop pointing things out, then I would have less and less incentive to explain myself. And without explaining myself, like the peer review process, one can start to lose grasp of one's own lack of knowledge and also emotional state, right? So for me, this is a routine. So I know I'm being pedantic now. I don't think I don't think people online, the way we interact and the limitations of our relationship can caress this desire. So point things out as much as you like, provided you are emotionally stable mutually as well, right? Because the one thing that happens over time is generally the other person ends up saying they have a emotional conflict of interest. And that emotional conflict of interest is something that is very important to me. I would highly encourage that person, if it's an impasse, to moderate interacting with me, right? That's kind of the most objective or like a more compromising way. Like hang out every once in a while. Talk every once in a while. Hello there, Cozy. Konnichiwa. Kozu. What are you up to? What are you up to right now? Mostly about concepts though, not technicalities, so I don't really write or review code yourself. But to be fair, the nature of the medium is also very asymmetrical. Yes, it is asymmetrical. Yeah. So by design, the community is you take a short sentence in chat and give it a long and detailed you hear me out. You think that is how a logical person would see it as asymmetrical. I don't necessarily think that is how people behave. I can see how on the surface this format could be interpreted as mansplaining by some people. Absolutely. Now hear me out. For me, that source of mansplaining is not acknowledging that it is asymmetrical. It's acknowledging that it is quite the opposite. Literal rubber ducks on their desk so far. Oh yeah, so the rubber duck, debugging, right, is if you had someone come to you, if you have someone come to you with a problem, and then they explain it to you. They explain it to you without any input. Maybe you can also like ask questions. Maybe like a few questions. That person explains themselves. Like, so you debugged yourself. The rubber duck, right? This is my interpretation of why it's called the rubber duck, is the person sits there and whatever they say bounces off of them. I know this is a little bit of a English idiom, but imagine rubber duck, right? What you say bounces off me and goes right back to you, right? So you're the person, you sit there and this person needs to explain things to you. They want to explain their problem, right? And you sit there and you're like, And occasionally you might ask them a question that they already know, like the information that they already know, and they answer it themselves. It's kind of like a new age, almost a new age meta of the Socratic method, really. Right? Like you're prone to just sit there and ask maybe a question that allows them to find the root of their own problem. Most of the time, though, if you let them talk about it and explain it to themselves, they have an internal monologue with themselves, and they debug the problem themselves. So the skit was very humorous because it was a guy who works in programming, and he masqueraded himself as he's a senior coder, and then a junior coder came in and said, hey, I don't understand this problem. It seems like it could be an API issue, but then it could be this. Oh wait, but what if I forgot to initiate the array in the first place? And he's like, thanks, you're a lot of help. And the senior, his clip shows him like as a senior coder, is like and then the person just smiles, and then that person took care of the thing. That's kind of how I imagine the compromise between the asymmetrical layout between the streamer and the viewer. Unfortunately, in my opinion, or maybe fortunately, I'm not sure, because all of the things become the way they are at the moment because of the treatment. Streamers progressively do not bother explaining anymore, and due to like redundancy and interest of time and lots of pragmatism. So actually over time it's the asymmetry becomes normalized in a way that it is symmetrical. So like for example, when someone says you suck, a streamer will say, well, you suck. Done. That's it. That solves the asymmetry problem. Right? So over time, explanation, taking advantage, wielding the advantage of asymmetry and acknowledging that it's asymmetrical becomes not the normalized behavior. The expectation is if someone gives you a crappy question, you respond either humorously, a lot of times there's tact and humor, respond with an even more inane response. And that solves that seems like a decent, pragmatic way of solving the asymmetry problem. You say less, the streamers say less to you. And at some point, it gets normalized because the streamer's response gets divided until it matches. And that matching caps the streamer's engagement. So when you have 1,000 people, the asymmetry is less. When you have 10,000 people, the asymmetry is even less because the streamer's attention is less and less divided. So yes, I agree with you. Inherently, at first, the medium is inherently asymmetrical because of the arrangement we are used to here, right? Between you and me. However, when it gets into practice and you get to a point where the engagement is divided among a lot of people, it's no, in my opinion, it cognitively is no more treated as an asymmetrical medium, but a symmetrical medium. So when a streamer responds to someone, it's collectively perhaps a very harsh and minimum transparency. In fact, it's to the point where due to the autonomy, it exacerbates the need for a streamer to be transparent, right? Transparent, accountable, and also overseen. Like there's no oversight in the things they say anymore because generalization rules to normalize the symmetry. You can make sweeping generalizations largely because the original asymmetry no longer exists anymore. You have hundreds of thousands of people, so you have hundreds of thousands of, I saw your first message. You have hundreds of thousands of people, and basically you don't need to explain to them because you don't have time to explain to them. It's like, okay, well, how do you get better at Japanese? Listen to more native content. So, like, if you're a really popular person, right? Someone like a 1 million subscriber channel that's a polyglot and wants to appeal to millions of people, get all the views, your first title would be, it's a 5-minute video on all the things you need to know to successfully learn Japanese in 3 months. That ends up removing the asymmetry problem. It's no longer asymmetrical. That person no longer is also holding themselves accountable for needing to be comprehensive anymore. It's proportionately and in a way, oddly enough, logical exchange. So viewers now can rationalize, which I do, by the way. I rationalize this. Okay, well, this person's really busy. They probably have a lot of things going on. So yeah, I give them a pass since they made a 5-minute video summarizing the last 3,000 days of their language learning journey to give you a hot take, right? That solves the asymmetry. That quote solves the asymmetry problem. For myself, I don't see it as a problem, but a boon. It's something you can leverage. So I hope I don't lose that sight. But I'm also human. I don't want to admit defeat. However, if so happens that there are going to be thousands of people or 2,000s of people like 5 years from now, I could see myself, as humans do, become strapped for time and start falling in or start conditioning myself in that way, right? You can only do so much. So who knows? I might end up being one of those people. I'm human after all. I don't often consider myself as an exceptional human being, although my background might suggest it might look a little different than the people I'm referring to, the ones that are born into the internet age and are incredibly hyper, quote unquote, successful, right? I've seen many different types of programmers. Some stare at the screen with blank eyes, some swear like pirates, some read their code out loud. Ooh, I like that last one. Hey, as long as it works, the company doesn't care. Oh, so are you part of management? This might sound a little bit presumptuous, but it sounds like you're in a managerial role. It's like, yeah, you do you, guys. Keep it working. Like, less problems these guys have, less problems for me. I'm being a little facetious, obviously. You suck, Maku. Now please provide a 15-minute long, detailed, and tailored response. Don't do it for real though. You got lessons waiting, and I didn't mean it. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I read the first part, and I'm like, those who know me well enough, that's pretty much where we get at. Like, fictitious would pop in and say something very, very obtuse, but only I would totally understand how it's funny from time to time, you know? That's kind of the nature of getting to know someone. And that's okay too, as not all streams necessarily need to include proper conversations based on what people are looking for. Absolutely. I basically or not basically, this isn't basic at all. In a very, very complex manner. In a very, very complex manner. I would say the one foundation that I hope I don't lose is that I'm able to explain why and how I'm going to choose to do something in the future. So, like, for example, if one day I'm saying, hey guys, you know, I don't know, I haven't prepped this speech at all because I don't expect it to happen. However, if it does, hey guys, you know, we've reached 10,000 subscribers, and the channel has finally hit 100,000. I'd like to, you know, thank you for all things, but we have to be transparent about certain things. I am one person. I'm incapable of potentially satisfying. There will be more discontent. There will be more discourse in the future, largely because ideas are going to be more generalized in order to account for the myriad of the larger audience. So I would like to ask a personal, selfish favor that those who are around me, those who know me sufficiently, will also exercise that courtesy and share and iterate on things that maybe you find interesting about me, and also things that you find interesting, in order to create the scale the community's ability to present ideas, as opposed to in continuously expecting a form of asymmetry that is not pragmatically achievable by one person moving forward, or something like that. That's the hypothetical cookie cutter foundation that I would say upon a milestone of realization that I can no longer provide asymmetrical or the quality of asymmetry, right? Proper discussion in the future. So alternatively, I may offer something like, hey guys, how about I do interviews wielding the interest of the community with individuals, so that we can have an individual provide some sort of more larger representation of the community's sentiments. That involves things like polling the community for, what do you want to see me interact with, right? Because that other person might also be a representation in order to produce a sense of symmetry, or leveraging a sense of asymmetry. Those are kind of the ideas, which, by the way, is totally not my idea. Hank Green released his first episode on complexity. I know I'm plugging Hank Green again. I find that if Hank Green finds out, I'm going to be truly embarrassed about this. But anyways, Hank Green posted his first video on complexity about his interview with, what is the mythical morning guys? Rhett. It's like Rhett and I forgot both their names. But That was the first interview. It's his series where he gets asked questions. It's called Ask Hank Anything, AHA, right? AHA. I had a funny story and a coincidence. There was a time when I thought it was a great idea to do AMA, Ask Maku Anything. But anyways, that's a digression. But his idea behind the series is he gets asked questions by other people who are representatives of their own communities. And through the asking of questions, he asks questions back, and to learn from each other through the answering of each other's questions, deductions, participation in answer asking. So as opposed to doing the podcast structure where it's asymmetrical, right? Podcast is asymmetrical oftentimes. So he posted his first one. It's a 30-minute video. I've watched some of it. I haven't watched all of it. And the title of this video was, "What is the sexiest part of a chicken?" Now you start thinking, I start thinking, what does that tell me about the mythical morning people? And now I'm absolutely curious about how Hank interacts with their questions, because now we have two people demonstrating their personalities, and they're on a footing that is supposedly symmetrical. So that allows the exchange of ideas, as opposed to my situation, oftentimes mansplaining, right? Because I have the mic constitutively and the person I'm reading and speaking to does not, right? And it's a great way to go about it. Anyways, hats off to Hank. All right, you got me. You are indeed a project manager in software development. It does explain how you're very conservative, and also ability to see different viewpoints. Management, like human resources management, a successful manager, right? Like some people say like, oh, leaders are paid too much or something like that. But you can argue that in some other way in the productive scale. But my thought is, how well do you manage people, right? If there's any outside of like AI and hallucination and stuff, if there's anything that is very, very difficult to manage, would be a group of people, right? And then what is a analogous version of that? Teaching a classroom of kids, or being a parent, right? What I would argue, I'm very biased, obviously. There are things that are wonderfully, potentially, in a microcosmic way, manageable or testable and consistently discernible with enough tests, like foresight and knowledge and data collecting. Humans, that requires a very particular type of individual, and I can definitely see the qualities of a project manager. Not that I inferred it just now, but I feel collectively all of your comments and then how you talk about people often screams to me that you are someone who works with people. And then and of course, making a disclaimer, the technical side, yeah, that comes as an exchange, right? Like I say this too. Technically, I'm a terrible Japanese language learner. Technically, on a technical level, I'm probably very, very terrible as a form of advice on learning mechanically how to learn language. However, I am a people-focused. Education is people-focused. It's human-focused discipline. And that discipline involves many aspects that doesn't necessarily clearly directly relate to the mechanical aptitude of acquiring a language, right? Things like staying motivated, things like interpreting how metrics are applicable to you, and interpretation of how you correct and navigate your own mistakes. Those are human-centric things. They will, quote unquote, unfortunately vary, right? However, attempting to explain that is where the skill and experience comes from, not terminating it by saying, well, it depends and everyone's different. That is someone who focuses on mechanics. So you're looking for a mechanical understanding of something, and then you brush off all the individualisms by stating something that I agree 100% of the time. It depends. Individualism is where I thrive, right? It's the thing, it's the problem, it's the hit that keeps on giving. Mechanically, yeah, you can go around and say SRS works this way, and comprehensible. This is the principle behind comprehensible input. This is Hasek's method. You can say most of those things. Those things create consistency, regardless of where you go. In my opinion, that's not as intellectually stimulating as how those things interact with the person or the different potential permutations of people using that information. And that's a life pursuit. It is rarely ever mastered. It is incredibly messy, and I really like it for what it is, right? Without sounding too terminating. That's a little bit of a terminating statement. I like it for what it is. I like it for what it is, and continue to talk about it and explain it and try to explain it. Make mistakes along the way, right? That kind of thing. At the end of the day, you'll have the choice to remain genuine and accept the community that it attracts, both in quality and type, which could possibly change with time. The alternative would be to focus on growing the channel, adapting content and behavior in the process, right? Which some people pursue, that's okay too, but at least you should know which one you want to be. Yes, awareness and lack of cognitive dissonance. So, you know, the whole thing, right? Here's like that paradox, right? Someone says, in the end of the day, right? And in the sustainability is being true to yourself. So like genuineness, that's the most sustainable thing. And then refining that often leads to consistent success in the eye of the beholder, right? Right? And then now I want to add one extra asterisk, which is I would call it the trivial test. The trivial test. I think in math, it's usually called the trivial test, which is what if 0 exists, or like what if 1 equals 1 exists, like the identity situation exists. So if being true to yourself is part of adapting content and behavior in the process, it is still true to yourself, right? And that is the trivial test. And this is a minority approach. It's less popular. I would like to say I know a little bit about that because I belong to this group, where I prefer what's true to myself is to grow the channel if I wanted to, adapt the content and behavior to the interest and process of those who serendipitously enjoy what they want to share. Then being true to myself enables my spin on what is inspired. So when someone says use WaniKani, I'll use WaniKani because I'm adapting my behavior to it. But then my identity is to express myself using that, right? So in a way, it still validates this statement. However, it's a perspective shift that also includes the situation in which it being true to yourself might seem like adapting other people's trends. right? Like if you're a trend chaser and that's what is true to yourself, that is still being true to yourself while also appearing not to be true to yourself. To those who do not test trivialities, as in what happens when it's identity, where the thing that you stereotype as not being genuine is being genuine for the person, right? Like an actor, for example, a voice actor, someone who educates, right? I am a mansplainer. Don't take this out of context. Oh no, that's a clip that can be taken out. I'm a mansplainer to someone who doesn't know that I teach. I like teaching. Right? So you could say this is not, this is something else. While it overlaps with something else. Right? So it's a good point about being genuine and sustainable and whatnot. Granularity also occurs with sweeping idioms. The alternative would be okay, which some people pursue, and that's okay, right? Also, I'll be honest, without falling into stereotype, I say on average, programmers are often not the best at communication or emotional intelligence. On average, I would agree to, largely due to the redistribution of priorities, right? One explainer that I would like to say is human condition is often suppressed with the nature of coding. So the air and the associations with programming tends to suppress the need to incentivize emotional intelligence, right? And that makes sense, if you know what I mean. Like, one that excels at coding rarely engages and be reinforced or incentivize the use of emotional intelligence. That's the whole idea of coding. Coding is logic-based. And communication can be achieved logic-based. However, in the scape of the human condition, emotional intelligence is a component of communication. However, the communication that they have is sufficient and arguably ideal when it comes to the products that they work with, right? Their profession. So hear me out. I say this because science can get that way too. Only to a lesser extent, largely because science still involves teaching to some extent, or at least instruction. Now, the pit is very low because scientists range from having poor communication skills due to the specialization and excellent communication skills if their emphasis is to interact with people and teaching and instructions. Actually, this has been most of my talking points when I was... My extracurriculars in science tend to involve compensating for that. So at a cost, at an exchange. Time invested in teaching and instruction can take away from time specializing in specialized communication, which then inherently causes you to be under practice in communication. So like the whole idea of TED Talkers versus bleeding edge pioneers, you know? It's not to say the Holy Grail does not exist, but they rarely exist, largely due to the human condition, right? Or some of the human conditions I mentioned. I still mostly find them great to work with. Oh, well, that's great. That's great. actually. Sometimes I don't know how general managers typically feel. I know of 2 or 3 general managers of software programming, and they have quite the cynical spin on managing people. And then, a bunch of human resource people, and maybe like insurance people and people who are in real estate and whatnot, and then a bunch of hospitality professionals. Well, it's getting late. Time really flies. Yeah, it really does. Quick question before you go. Can you remind me when Like a Dragon's coming out? Will you be playing on release? I will be. And it's coming out on not July. Somehow I skipped 8 billion months. It's coming out on February 21st. And I'll be playing it on February 21st. Hello there, Mattia. I'm doing pretty well. I do need to go to the bathroom before I even start a lesson. But today is going to be a long day. We're going to learn a lot of Japanese today. And we started with a fun conversation again with Gecko. Thank you. Thank you again. I always appreciate these conversations. So, I don't even know where the conversation started. Oh, it started with the forum stuff. Yeah, that's why I read forums. I love reading forums. It inspires me to think about and challenge my perception. I actually like, I would say a recap. I really like that Gecko pointed out to explain a solution, to explain one's confusion is something I do not consider very often. So I think in this case, I was the weakness I had in my narrow-mindedness is that I thought about it logically, in a specific order, which is I did the same thing that another person did, where like you would want to know the perspective before offering a solution, but it's definitely very plausible that person was explaining their confusion by offering a solution, which I should really consider that in the future. Yeah, it's very good. Well, have a good one. You'll definitely catch up with your lessons. Yeah. Oyasumi nasai, Yako-san. Alright, so before I start this lesson, I actually really do have to go to the bathroom. So I'll quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. Now we're gonna go as fast as possible. What are you up to, Atia? It's late. You and I'm pretty sure you and Gecko are in the same time zone. Gecko is from Belgium. All right. Here we go. Lesson time. Lots of lessons. After we trigger them. I was buying my time until like 9. 2 a.m. What are you up so late? What are you doing? Okay. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Oops. Hold up. What was the mnemonic for this? Okay. My gut tells me it's this. You just finished watching a movie? What did you watch? We have a lid with a sword. It's an old style Italian movie. I see. Go on. I haven't watched an Italian movie in a while. From the 80s? Okay. Do I know? Probably not off the top of my head right now while doing this. Let me see why I think this is you. Or is it you? No, it's not you. That's why it doesn't make sense. Okay. Oops. More of a series, just like Mr. Bean? Ah, Italian, huh? Do I know? Probably not. No, I probably don't know. No, probably not. With several movies. I see. May I ask what interests you about these movies? Classic film enthusiast, huh? Mr. Atkinson. Not sure if my memory is good enough on. I'm trying to think of like an Italian persona that is like Mr. Bean. No, I don't think I am familiar with anyone, any of one of that nature at the moment. You used to watch them with your grandparents. Oh, so you rewatch them every once in a while? Ah, I see. Honestly, I haven't seen all of Mr. Bean either. Like, not we're talking not like the rebooting stuff. I haven't actually even seen the original, all of the original series. It's called Antosi? I know the actor. I've seen, or at least this person, I've seen this person's face before. I'll have to get back to you on where I've seen this person's face before. I watch old cinema at, for some time back when I was younger, because I had interested in movie and show direction, like staging and stuff. I think it all started with Alfred Hitchcock films. Yeah, he's a really famous comic. Oh, that's probably where I've seen him. I do dabble in comics. Like, what I mean is comedians. Like interviews, stand up, or clips, like acts, like skits and whatnot. So there is a chance maybe on a talk show or something that I've seen this person's face before. Comedians and whatnot of these shows, they tend to show up in like talk shows quite a lot, like being hosted on talk shows. I think Atkinson showed up several times on various talk shows. I'm not very well versed in Italian comics. Usually the most common, the more proliferative ones, they're often like British comics, or like Irish, maybe like Australian. A lot of like British television related things. However, I can definitely see an overlap from time to time from Italian, French comedians, and Spanish when they show up like in those programs. Not so much as of late though. Not so much as of late. Been watching anime for the most part. I take breaks from anime and then come back to anime. So right now I'm watching a Chinese series that translates to the founder of diabolism. I don't know the tone of the title, so like the tone in the Chinese title, so I don't want to say the Chinese title. And I watched the second season of Oshinoko, right? Oshinoko? Oshinoko. Yeah, people don't write pinyin marks or stuff in their titles and stuff. So it's kind of hard. Oh, it's Mo Dai. Mo Dai Zushi. Zushi. Mo Dai Mo Dai Zushi. So I'm like on the first season of that. You've been waiting for the last season of Bleach? It's the only anime you've watched recently? Ah. Yeah, most of the anime I watched was through the mention of other people. So, Jiao mentioned Attack on Titan, so I went back and watched all 3 seasons and then watched the concluding season, the 3-part 4 season, in order to refresh my memory. Then we went to Vinland Saga, which Gecko brought me and Gecko when we were talking was brought up. So I rewatched the first season because it was a gap for the second season. So watched that. And then Oshinoko was my personal choice because I remembered that there was a second season. And that's currently brings us up to speed since the start of the new year. Others would be a little before, someone, I don't remember who, and I talked about Arcane. So I watched the first season because, again, refresher, then watched the more recent second season of Arcane. And then there's like a couple shows that have been tossed around that are still airing, so I'll probably watch them after they complete airing. Yeah, that's how I go about special interests now. Outside that is study, write, plan, study, write. You study, you learn, and eat, right? Eat, sleep, and exercise. That's pretty much. Bleach? Or are you talking about what are you talking about? Are you still talking about Bleach? I've seen all of the original run of Bleach, but I haven't watched the new Thousand Year War. Monster? What about Monster? I think I might. There might have been a lost of a message somewhere. No. You like, why are you telling me? You just want to talk about Monster? I already watched it. I watched it 10 years ago. Monster was brought up a couple before. Monster was watched well before I started streaming. It's that old. It's the most German anime, I would say, to this date. Yeah. It's already been 20 years since it's been more than 15 years since I've seen Monster. Monster came out in 2004. Wait, hear me out. Monster is not before you were born, was it? It was 20 years ago. You could be 19 right now. Oh, no, wait. You said 21, actually. I remember you saying you started later because you have a business. You also have a pizza business. So you say you're 21 now. So Monster came out a year after you were born. Oh my goodness. You know what that means? In my head, Naruto came out around that time, and One Piece came out before you were born. Jeez. Actually, how old were you when you started watching Bleach? Because you would be like 5 years old? No. How old would you be? if you started Bleach. Bleach was 2006, right? The first episode in the oh no, but this is the United States. You could technically start watching the Japanese air in 2004. Yeah, you're younger than One Piece. Yeah. I guess you might have grown up with Bleach, right? Because Bleach's original run was when around it would have been really perfect for a young person. You watched Bleach in 2020. Oh, okay. So this was recent. Okay. I see. Yeah, you would have been it would have lined up pretty well with a little youngster you. 5 years old, 5, 6 years old. That's when Bleach was like peak, like doing great things. The original Bleach run. Kind of neat. Yeah, Monster is a fantastic show. Monster is a fantastic show in manga. You grew up with classical 80s, 90s anime. Did you watch the original Mobile Suit Gundam? That was my first. The original Mobile Suit Gundam was my first. Yeah, I know. I couldn't understand most of it because I was like 5 years old. No. I was like 10, maybe. I couldn't understand most of it, obviously. Largely due to my little developing brain at the time. You understand most of the overarching like war related themes and whatnot. But yeah, Mobile Suit Gundam was a little bit in the deep end for a preteen. Let's see. You don't think you've seen it? Yeah, I'm not sure how long the original Mobile Suit Gundam runs. It was... Yeah, I know you said 80s and 90s. Mobile Suit Gundam ran into 1980. So it started in 1979, and then it ran into 1980s. It stopped at the end of 1980, the beginning of 1980. How long was it? 43 episodes? Yeah, it was 2 seasons. 2 seasons classically back in the day. Lots of mature themes. You watch Poland? Oh, Detective Conan. Yeah, Conan. And something else. Let me see. 80s, 90s. So no Sailor Moon. No Sailor Moon. Possibly. Maybe something like the original Dragon Ball. Oh, Tiger Man and Sailor Moon. Ah, okay. Maybe the original Dragon Ball. I'm not sure of that. I think Dragon Ball qualifies as 90, right? Yes. It went from 80s to 90s. Yep. Yeah, the original Dragon Ball. I watched that like multiple. I've watched that multiple times. I have a little bit of nostalgia. Yeah, the OG Dragon Ball. There are anime films that fill that gap too, like Akira. Akira would be one that is 80s. Yeah, it's right in between 80s. So Akira for films. Why? It's rare to see Akira in Italy. Oh, really? Yeah, it's between 1986. I think it's like 1988, 1986 is close enough, I think. I'm not sure if it. No. It is 1986. That's probably the Japanese year, right? Because 1988 is probably the U.S. year. I don't actually know the Japanese release year. When did Japan? Okay, it's 1988. Wait, is this the US release date or is this the Japanese release? Maybe they released in the same year. Yeah, I didn't watch Akira until much later because of its availability. Its availability in the United States. Especially in TV during the 2000s. Yeah. Hello there, Valentine. Hello. Oh, you watched Doraemon? Doraemon? I haven't seen it. I should watch that. You know what? That is the second time. No, maybe like the fourth time that's been raised. I think I'll put that on. I should really watch this. I haven't seen this yet. Okay. We'll put that on the list as I'm. What's up, Valentine? I think Doraemon might be older than your dad. Oh yeah, that's true. That would check out if your if I'm presuming your father is within a specific time frame. Obviously not older than my father, but I mean, it might be. That's funny. Does your father have any interest in like that type of entertainment at all? I was born in 1969, so I think yes, that would make yes. Yep. That checks out. Oh, they are. Oh, that's cute. Dude, what was the last thing you and your father watched? He watched a lot of mechs. Oh, so he's Gundam. I see. So hey, Mobile Suit Gundam. I'm just saying, if you watch the OG 80s Mobile Suit Gundam, you might be your father, and you might start bantering about Mobile Suit Gundam. A Jeg robot and many others. Yeah. Evangelion, technically 90s, right? Evangelion is 96. It's almost the turn of the century, right? Evangelion. And then you can watch the new one. Oh, 1997. So it still fits in the 90s, but you can also watch the movies, which are the new age revision. Compare and contrast. You watched it? I see. The first time you watched it, you were confused by then? Yeah. How old were you, by the way? May I ask? Like, what was your time frame when you watched Evangelion? Because Evangelion is it gets pretty abstract near the end. Do the movies clarify some stuff? I mean, the movies, no, it kind of does another out of the box thing. Yeah, Evangelion is maybe 16. I see. I revisit Evangelion every once in a while. I revisit Evangelion every once in a while to see if my perspective on Evangelion changes. And with every like new generation, you know, like people who are interested in anime, I get a motivation to rewatch it if someone like offers their like, what is the deal with this X, Y, and Z? And I would revisit things because of that. Largely the last like 6 anime choices or animated choices, I revisited things based on other people sharing their thoughts. So that's kind of how I consume media nowadays. Other than that, the things that I focus on, language learning and very specific things, like the video game that's coming out this month, those are the very specific things that would be indicative of all the things that I've planned lately. Yeah, Evangelion is a weird one. I would say statistically is also a weird one. I think we are just gonna use door for this, right? I don't want to do a Japanese style door or something. Oh no, that's not. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was just paying attention to the left character. That's it's not it. That's doorway. That's fine. Oh, speaking of roof, we were just talking about this. Even FMA was weird at the beginning. At the beginning? Oh, that's interesting. I'm more likely to hear that FMA, and we're talking about FMA, the first one, the first FMA. It gets a little weird at the end as well, largely due to the nature that the manga was still being written at the time. And then FMA Brotherhood was the second time around, going off the source material. It got a little bit abstract, or like big scale near the end of FMA Brotherhood as well. But they're both retellings of the source material, or they're both based on the source material. The original run, the ending, actually I like I like where they were going. It kind of reminds me of when Attack on Titan. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if you watched Attack on Titan, but there's a twist in Attack on Titan that captures the spirit of the twist in the end of FMA, the original FMA, where they alluded to like the connection between multiple universes and multiple storylines, and then running the aha moment when they parallel the absence of science versus the presence of alchemy. And it goes very deep, because in terms of science, that's kind of how it went, or like the connection between alchemy, or the perception of alchemy, which led ways to scientific things. They kind of go hand in hand historically. Hate me if you want, but I started Attack on Titan and didn't like it. That's fine. Attack on Titan was not for everyone, and its target audience, the reason, one of the major reasons that Attack on Titan has universal acclaim is largely due to its target audience is very clear. So oftentimes we have to keep in mind that incredibly popular or universally acclaimed things also have to take into account how well the material is targeted towards their audience. So in Attack on Titan, it has a really big wall. Those who watch or choose to watch Attack on Titan largely have already committed to that idea, that genre. Casual genre, like genre that is more approachable, tend to have more mixed response, because they're meant to appeal to a larger audience. Attack on Titan does not appeal to a larger audience. It appeals to a very target audience. So oftentimes those who don't take to that subject matter leave very like that. It's very quick. Like you'll know very quickly if it's not for you. And they continue to push that into all of the rest of the show. So it's yeah, it's an acquired taste. What's another show that's very highly regarded, but it's a very specific targeted taste? Bleach is one of them, actually. So Bleach is definitely one of them. It's different, like, as opposed to something like One Piece and Naruto. Bleach is definitely one of them. Oh, Demon Slayer, that's a good example. Demon Slayer, excellent. And what is it? Baki? Like, for example, Baki is within the community. Baki is really great. With outside of its target audience, it's like what face? There was a period where everyone was talking about it. Yeah, Demon Slayer for sure. Yeah, Demon Slayer is definitely one of them. I caught up with Demon Slayer recently because someone else brought up Demon Slayer. So it required me to review season 1, 2, and 3. But then I caught up with 4. And I'm not sure if it's technically on 5 yet. Yeah. Yeah, very, very narrow. It's a very narrow target audience. So if they don't target the audience properly, it can be like meh, right? It can be very meh. I think another example is like Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night. Anything to do with the Fate Stay series. If you're not invested in the Fate Stay series, the first one, when you watch it, will be enough to stop you from ever investing in the Fate Stay series. Right now, in Italy, sports manga are popular. Oh, interesting. Like Blue Point? Or I haven't watched this particular one yet, but is it called Blue? No, it's Blue something. It's what sport is it? And then things like Slam Dunk, or maybe like Kokoro no Basket and things like that. Oh, Blue Lock. Yeah, Blue Lock. That's the thing that I hear lots of peeps are talking about right now. That's currently airing. Blue Lock. Yeah, the football one, which is pretty. It's self-explanatory, right? It's football. Before that was basketball, then before that was volleyball, right? Hakyu. Hakyu. Or Haikyuu. Sorry, Haikyuu. Or is it Hakyu? Haikyuu. Haikyuu and running? There was a running one. I don't remember what it's called. And a cycling one. Recently too. The one that I saw that was out of left field is how much do you lift anyways? Or like something about dumbbells. It was a fitness exercise with some fan service. It was a fitness anime about like weightlifting. It's like, do you lift dumbbells or how much weight do you lift or something? Oh, and Run with the Wind was the running anime. Yeah. I watched the older animes, sports anime, like Prince of Tennis. Cross Game is a relatively it's like 2000s. Cross Game was pretty good on baseball. Yeah, it's the 2010, 2009. There are some sports things thrown in. One of my personal favorite sports manga / anime is Hajime no Ippo, which is where I got my alias from. Maku is short for Makunochi. Makunochi is the family name of Ippo. from Hajime no Ippo, which is a 90s anime, by the way. So you can, it's a boxing anime. Still running. The manga is still running today. It's one of the longest running manga in history so far. Still running. The mangaka is still going. Yeah, 1989 is when it was first serialized, I think. And I don't remember when the anime actually came out. It's in the 1990s though. Yeah, Hajime no Ippo's not finishing anytime soon. Like, I saw a little bit of clips where someone's like, this is what Ippo did before. He came out of retirement. I'm like, oh. I didn't keep up with the manga, obviously. And the anime gets renewed like every 3 or 4 years. Or 5 years. Like, the longest wait period was like 10 years. So I've watched all of them. Just... every once in a while, they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's just renew Hajime no Ippo for another anime. And usually they do fairly well. I enjoyed all the renewals of Hajime no Ippo. Ippo. And maybe I'll live long enough to see another anime. Like another long series. The renewal. Okay. Hirogeru. Okay. Wait. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, we gotta move forward. Move forward. I was just talking about these today. Wait, I didn't ask Valentine. Where are you in WaniKani, Valentine's? How are your WaniKani things going? Now I get to ask people about their WaniKani stuff. Almost done with level 9. Oh, you're about to hit the double digits. I do mostly manage to get your lessons and review done every day. Nice. Oh man, you're about to turn into a teen. Let me know when you turn into a teenager, Valentine. Okay. You're getting old again. You're getting old all over again, Valentine. How does that feel? Hmm? How does that feel? I've been enjoying WaniKani. It's very relaxing. I think I said this a couple of times already. I can see I could really appreciate now firsthand the attraction to SRS, like pure SRS, like content. I can also see myself being too relaxed on speaking, but I think Duolingo will cover the speaking aspect in the future when I get started again. It's great to have a second chance to get old. I know, right? Relive it all over again. You know what I mean? Learning new things is what I mean by that. So I hope it wasn't too subtle. But when you learn a new thing, it makes you feel young again, right? Like going back to university, it makes you feel young again. And then you get to live over again, all like becoming older, feeling that perspective shift, being able to look back again, that kind of thing, at least in my opinion, keeps one mentally young. Do I plan on continuing? Will I stop at level 3? I have a lifetime subscription, Mattia. And today we're going to become level 4. So I was supposed to be done with my review, but Gecko and I had too much of a excellent discussion. So today is going to be a very, very long day. I might actually take one extra break day. Shouldn't take too many break days. We got to do our Duolingo Chinese review starting tomorrow. So today is going to go really, really late. Largely because today is level up day, so we do all the lessons. I'll probably cut some corners and speed it along a little bit, I suppose. It does. And speaking of that, you entered the honors program too, because why not? What does the honors program, like what are we talking about here? Are you also going to get indoctrinated into, I'm not really indoctrinated, are you going to get inducted into a honor society? Oh, that's kind of cute too. I remember back in college, honor societies. Imagine participating in Greek life again. This reminds me of what is that anime? Real Life? Yeah, Real Life, when the protagonist got a second chance at going back to high school because they were reincarnated as someone younger. Or it's like figurative. Well, kind of figurative and literal at the same time, but they got to re-experience high school life again. You wanted to buy the lifetime screen in WaniKani with a Christmas discount, but in the end you didn't. Oh, so how far along are you in WaniKani, Natia? Okay. Shiato 24. Nice. Honestly, not entirely sure about the society, but it just adds extra distinction and flair to your 4-year school transfer. So what you're saying is you're shilling for... Nah, I'm kidding. That sounds fair enough. It's like you're shilling for the extra chords and titles. I totally like I totally farmed chords in college. The extra distinctions totally. I would be very misleading if I weren't farming for distinctions myself back in the day. I paused there because I had to make sure I didn't get it mixed up with HanziHeroes. If HanziHeroes already exist. I don't think it did. So I had to pause there for a moment. Excuse me. Level up! Alright. So here's where it gets a little crazy, right? Okay. So we gotta strap in now. Okay. Very cool. You think you start at the end of July, so 6 for you? I see. 3 months, you literally burn everything you had at the time. 3 months, I see. Literally, huh? That's a lot of things to burn at the end of 3 months. Alright. Alright, man. Fair enough. Man. Rice patty power comes from a man, and one man, in fact, he's running on a big wheel. Oh yeah, the power next to the rice paddy, and providing all the power for the rice to grow and be harvested. I see. Okay, rice paddy and power. You know, they don't highlight rice paddy and power, interestingly enough, to give it a more striking thing. I don't actually know what captive is. Interesting. Okay. Man is man. We got it. Rice paddy power. Like it. To be born. Makes sense. Umareru. Umareru. Intransitive. Yes. Since this kanji is attached, we have the kun. The very beginning of life. Yeah. Umareru. And how do we get u? Uni? Okay. Something is about to be born, and when you lean in for a closer look, it's in you. Ni. Yes. Oh, uni. Oh, it's a sea urchin. Okay. Yeah, fine. Uni. Fair enough. You weren't expecting that. Close your eyes and imagine what the process of a uni being born might look like. Frankly speaking, that's very interesting. To help you remember this meaning. I actually have no idea how sea urchins are born. I guess they just get plopped out, right? Are sea urchins egg layers? Oh, they just poop out eggs? Yeah, into the ocean where the eggs are fertilized, yeah. Yep. Okay, so uni. Alright. I thought they might go with like you being born. Like, imagine you being born, right? But then it wouldn't get u. The u wouldn't come out, so I get the whole uni thing because it shares the u sound. Umareru. Umareru. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to skip some contextual reading for fun. Ooh, what's a newborn? Umareta. 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 Bakari no. Oh, I don't even know where the separation is. I'm guessing umareta. Then bakari no ne? Homo? Noko. Yeah, noko mo milk. Milk wo nomimasu yo. Yeah, nomimasu. Reading kana. Haha wa America de umareta. Born in the United States. Gotta not get it confused with soon. Soon also, I imagine it might be coming up at some point. Toy poodle. What do you have for poodle? Poodle. Okay. Alright. Pass. Oh, they made it so that it's not connected to this. Interesting. That's an interesting type. So pass. We have dirt and private. If someone tries to dig up private dirt on you, tell them no thanks. That stuff is in the past. That's a good one. That's a really good one. A private dirt. Something should stay in the past. Not everyone needs to know everything about your life and your path. Keep your private dirt in the past. It's better for everyone. That's nice. I actually disagree, but perhaps with a pinch of salt, right? Perhaps a pinch of dirt. So what do we have for reads? This would be interesting because I don't actually know. So there's kyo, right? Kyo and ko. What is my example of ko? Kyonen would be the prototypic kyo. Remember the reading kyo will use little kyoto. This will differentiate kyo from kyo, which is regular size kyoto. Get it? You decide to bury all this private dirt from your past in little kyoto. That stuff is from, I see. So Kyoto. That stuff is from when you were just a little ko and you don't like to think about it. Right? The ko comes back because they relate everything back to children, right? For ko. So little Kyoto. Okay. Reminds you to kyo instead of kyo. Imagine physically, literally burying your past ko self. If you hide it in little Kyoto, no one will ever be able to dig it up. Ooh, there's some extra steps here. Yeah, Kyonen. Kyonen. Ooh. Ah! Make sure not to click on them. Kako. Koke. Oh, kako kai. No, kakoke. Just kidding. Alright. Fresh. Okay. I see that. Raw, live. Okay. It's a noun. No adjective. Normally a single would use the same as parental, but in the case of life, yeah, life is complicated. All puns intended. Life is complicated. But in the case of life, it's a little different, but still related. When you think of something that has life, it's fresh or raw. Think sashimi or sushi. Actually, they're not. Sashimi or sushi, for example. You want that to be as close as possible to life as you can, so you eat it when it's fresh and raw. This word can also be used to describe a live event. Like a concert or sporting event. You'll see this word at the beginning of other words. For example, well, that's not nice because I don't actually know the read yet for that. Raw eggs, okay. Is this supposed to be... Ooh, no, it's nama. Ah, yeah, nama. Have to wake up tomorrow? Yeah, catch you next time, Matia. Good luck, good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Nama. After eating raw fish, my yoga teacher and I say namaste to the sushi chef. Bowing low to show our appreciation. Okay, namaste. I did have nama before. Wasn't associated with this character yet. Okay, nama. Or is it nama?
Nama.
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 Okay. Okay. Namaste. Huh? Okay. I got you. We're okay with these stuff, right? We gotta keep booking. Oh, really? Measurement. Have you ever used one of those math compasses? This looks just like one of those because this is the measurement radical. I can kind of see it. Compasses are used to measure things just like this. I can kind of see it. Muda? Oh, hey. Yeah. Muda. Attach. He? Oh, tsu. Versus. I. Huh. Alright. I think we're just gonna go for it, right? No time like the present. Or in this case, past. They want man? Oh, you don't both, but oh my gosh. I should have checked if they accept man and male. Yeesh. Yeesh. I disagree. What are we doing here? Oh yeah. Okay. I disagree, but that's fine. I could always add a synonym. Okay. We got a lot, so let's keep going. Origin. Oh, and tomorrow is gonna be tough, actually. Oh no, I just realized tomorrow might be a little tough too. Because we're gonna have a lot of radicals, and many of these radicals I didn't give names for. So we got legs and two, so 2 legs. You have 2 legs making up this article. Between 2 legs is where you came from, no matter how you look at it. These 2 legs are your origin. Ah, okay. I like that. Again. Again. Yes. In. Makes sense? Like byoin. Byoin. Perfect. Kan. No. Okay. Have hanbun. So we have han and we also have bun. So self-explanatory. And then half parts is still half. Yeah. Exactly.
Hanbun.
Hanbun. Yep. We have all the reads for this one. Number. Go. Or it could be ho. Probably go. Right? Bango. There's a mouth in the ground. Yeah, mouth in the ground. And that's supposed to be a prison. In our case, it's a hatch. Ah, mouth in the ground. The hatch to the prison. You can't quite get to. If you ever seen Lost, this will sound familiar. On the hatch, there's actually a series of numbers that you don't understand. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's pretty good. What are these numbers? What do they mean? Think it over for a while. Get frustrated and try to figure out. You can't though, so you probably won't go inside. Yeah, go. Yep. You want to know the number to the hatch? Yells an old voice from inside. You said yes, and the voice gives you the numbers, and you'll go in. You go down into prison where there is one prisoner, Grandpa Koichi. Interesting. No, for the go mnemonic, we're gonna use Grandpa Koichi. Okay, so we got another main character. Nice. Or side character, I suppose. Koichi, supporting character. Because Koichi is used for the Ko reading. So just remember that Go comes from Koichi's grandpa. Koichi. Alright, I got you. I got you, Ko. I got you. Now the question is this autobiographically a tease for Ko's grandfather, you know? Is there some projection here? Grandpa Koichi keeps saying numbers as you free him from prison, just one after another. Numbers. Hopefully old man Koichi isn't crazy. Well, you should know, Ko. Yeah, still go for the, and then Bango. Yeah, Bango. Oh, traffic light. I guess I could use... No, it's not like Higo or Eagle or something, right? Shingo. Oh, that's right. Shin for, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder how that relates to Shinjiru. Because Shinjiru is typically written in Hiragana, but if it was to use this, which I think it's the same character, that would make it a Boon, but maybe it's an own. More on that later. A leader? Oh no. Okay. We gotta differentiate from Slender Man. This radical technically means person, but we're going to shift the meaning a little bit. It's kind of like the person radical, but it's taller and skinnier, standing above the rest of these peons. That's why this is a leader, not a regular old person. Okay. I got you. Ako. Ta. Oh yeah, right. Onyomi. Ta. That makes sense. Ta. Substitute. Shi? No. Dai. Okay. Oh, she. I was gonna say she, not shi. Yasumi is kun. Oh wait. No, that's not Yasumi. Shin. T? Shin. You. Where does Q come from? Okay. Draft beer. Well now, draft beer and life. How do we go about this? Unpasteurized beer. Interesting. You just learned the vocab for fresh. Oh, okay. Fresh beer. Combined with the katakana word for beer makes this draft beer. I see. Note that while in a lot of countries, draft beer refers only to beer that's drawn from a keg. Oh. So wait. These are these standalone? If it is, then we use nama, right? Nama biru. Can also refer to unpasteurized canned or bottled beer. Unpasteurized canned or bottled beer. Interesting. Giving it a shorter shelf life, but also keeping it fresh. In case keeps get a little crazy here. Unpasteurized. Beer is fermented, right? It's the process of fermentation, and oftentimes fermented things are technically kept unpasteurized. Otherwise, you destroy the fermentation process. So, like for example, if you have a pickle, there's different types of pickling. There's fermented pickles, like fermentation, like kimchi. Kimchi is fermented, so they're often not pasteurized because it's a fermentation process. The microorganisms are in your kimchi that gives you that sour taste and acidity, right? And beer and hops and whatnot also undergo a fermentation process. I don't know why I'm saying this. I guess I got caught up with... I've been watching 2 or 3 like science-y peeps reacting to videos, and I kind of like it because they always most of their reactions frame around their specialty. So they talk about their specialty a lot through how they arrange their reactions to these things. Okay, nama.
生ビール
Nama biru. Oh, nama. So interesting. It goes up then. Nama biru. I suppose. So it's kind of treated as one.
生ビール
Yeah, nama biru. It's a nama biru. Right, going down, and then going back up. Be careful to use kunyomi for nama here. Other than that, as long as you know your katakana, you should be good. Yeah. So I went with the katakana, the kunyomi. Why do I have to be careful here to use the kunyomi? Okay. Oh, because sometimes they say if a character is standing alone, it would be onyomi. Ah, yeah. Jerry's still out on that one. Okay. So I think we're good. Let's just keep going. I don't want to use the other one. My unpasteurized beer. Hole? I like it. That's usually because it's a manhole cover too. Eventually. I'm sure we'll get that at some point. Oh, we have a D-handled roof coming up. You have a roof on top of what looks like, right? The roof looks like on top of fins. Or a volcano, I guess, but you can also look at that as fins. But looks like a volcano, which is the roof covered on top of a volcano. Why? It's definitely covering the hole at the top. I guess someone thought if they thought a roof on the volcano hole, none of the lava could come out. You can also think of it as a fin. So for example, like the fin, the backside of a fish, you can see it as a front profile of a shark or like or any fish. It's fins. This is the head, the cap, and then that is the front profile of the dorsal fin on the back. And that would still be technically the roof of a fish because the roof is the head, or you could imagine it capping the fish, right? But that's fine. What did fins look like? Why did they not go with fins there? Huh. Intriguing. Soda. Is it still soda? No. Oh yeah, right. Ku. That's right. Ku. Or kong. Research. Q? Research. Q. Anna. Okay. I only know the kun, I think. Character. Okay, G becomes character. Does it stay G? Is this a special occasion? You only learn one reading for kanji that makes up this word, and it's the same. Okay.
G.
G.
I don't like how that's done though, because eventually that stopped being true. But I kind of get it. If you're doing the reading and meaning, once it sticks, you don't have to worry about all the shortcuts to remember them. I kind of get that order of operation. Okay. All right.
hit or to strike or to blah blah blah. You have fingers and street. Huh. I wonder how they go about this. HanziHero has finger and spike. You like hit with the spike. Take your fingers to the street to hit some people. Oh, okay. Street brawling. Alright. Alright. I got you. I got you. It's just you, your fingers, and the wild street. Alright, alright. I got you. Da. Yes, da. That would be the most apt. Da. Da is the Mandarin. As you hit one chump after another, suddenly your dad came marching out of your house. Uh-oh, that caught you hitting, which honestly isn't very nice to do, so he has every right to stop you. Okay. Now imagine your dad saying, don't do a hit over and over again at you. I'm sorry, Dad, but the streets were calling me. Alright. What's a little bit more violent? I was thinking more of a maybe like hitting a street hockey puck, you know, because a hockey puck, your stick kind of looks like the street, but then you may be able to, instead of looking at it as street, you could look at it as fingers, ground, and a barb, right? So then you could say you're hitting you're hitting something with a barb. Oh, that's kind of alright. I'm thinking more of a crowbar, but that's fine. We'll rely on our Chinese here, but the dad thing, that's a little violent. Whisper in the ear. Do I have other than Mimi? No, I don't. But it could sound something like, I just went over this yesterday and I totally forgot. Wait. I went over this yesterday for my review tomorrow. R? What's close to R? I have no idea. Oh, they just went Mimi. Okay. Alright, they just went with Mimi. Okay. Oh, yeah, because it's kun because it has hirakana. Or likely. So, yeah, Mimi uchi. I didn't know this was uchi. U. Sorry. Oh, wait, I do know this is u. Do I? No, I don't. Mimi uchi. So, this is utsu? Ain't no way this is utsu. Oh, it is utsu. A counter. So, da, ichida, ita or ichida, ichida. Okay. A forehead. Oh, that kind of makes sense because the other thing is a head. Sure, this forehead is a bit square, but that's because it's... Wait, do I not have a head yet? Sorry, out of context. Was that in HanziHero? That was the Minecraft head? No, it was WaniKani's Minecraft head, right? So the forehead is the top part of head. But that because it's Frankenstein's monster's forehead. Also, did you notice that it's just the top? Yeah, there it is, the top part of the head radical. This is just a forehead part of that. Don't confuse this for a roof. You know this is a forehead and not a roof because it doesn't have a cute little chimney sticking out of the top. Foreheads definitely don't have chimneys. Yeah, it's not a roof, but also when you add the handle, it is also a lid, but with little chamfered sides, so, or little extra sides. We talked about this today. It's fine. Happy. Standalone. So maybe something close to 学. 学 she 下 oh dang it. Oh, 写真 works actually because 写真 is two combinations, so it's likely the own reading 下 or 学. Okay. Ooh, cell is like maybe it's ooh. It might be my. Bye. Dang it. That's kind of good though. Oh no, wait, that's kind of confusing. Maybe show to accept show, but show maybe. No, it's Jew. All right, I have no idea. No, guessing is off into the negatives. Okay. Okay. So Eugene. We already have Jean because of Rendaku, and we already have you. So a friend person is still a friend. No. Eugene is a more formal word that's often used in professional settings. Ah, intriguing. I almost feel like it's more of an acquaintance. Yeah.
友人
Eugene.
友人
Yep, all your friends are youths in jeans. Every single one. If any of your friends is not a youth in jeans, they're simply not your friend, I'm afraid. Yikes. Luckily, most of my friends like jeans. I guess I'm not a friend to any of my friends because I don't wear jeans. They're not learning Japanese, so I think that's fine, right? Eugene. Alright. Let's just go for it. Oops. You just want hit. Fine. Fine. Okay. I'll show you a forehead. Wait. Oh, no. We can keep going. Yeah, advance. Let's go. Alright. Alright, we're going from heart to heart. Kokoro, right? Kokoro? It's either Kokoro or Kokoro. We'll see. Probably Kokoro.
心
Kokoro.
心
Okay, single, so kun, right? Imagine a giant heart sitting in a rowing boat. It's also drinking cocoa. Focus on all three of these parts and associate them into one story / memory. Once you've done that, sing the Cocoa Roll song. I don't know what that song is, but I want you to make up one and actually sing it out loud. If you do, I bet you won't forget this word reading too easily. Hear me out here. I actually don't even need to imagine this song because there's a song that uses kokoro. There are a lot of songs. So there are lots of anime songs. So it's very specific. The very specific one for me for kokoro is kokoro kara, right? It's the two things and it's a song from, what is it called? It's about girls who go to the North Pole. A place further than the universe is what the translation is. Sora yorimo toi basho. Yeah. Sora yorimo toi basho. there's a song in there that deals with following your heart. So, or I just talked about this in the sports anime. Kokoro no basket, right? Basket, which is that I don't even know why it's called that. Kokoro no basket. Oh, no. It's a kuroko no basket, which reminds me of Kokoro. Not that it has anything to do with heart, but Kuroko is the name of the character. The main character, I think. Right? No, maybe it's not. What wasn't his name? I've already forgotten. Oh no. Maybe it wasn't his name. Was it the name of the team? No, it is the main character's name. And the main character has a really, really strong heart. Like he's the passer in the team. So that's why his name Kuroko reminds me of Kokoro. Kokoro.
心
Long-winded. Alligator is still alligator. All right. We got a double stack here for alligator. Hako ike earth. D. Come on, D. Chi. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Because it's that column. Yeah, chi makes sense. Yeah, right. Like chizu. Chizu. That makes sense. Okay, direction is still direction. You learned. That means direction, but it also means way. As in, kono. Don't know if that rechanges actually. Kono way ga ii. Or yari way, the way of doing things. Interestingly, direction can also be used to refer to people politely. Oh yeah, that person in that direction. Yeah, that person over there in that particular direction. Because there's a cultural norm to not directly refer to a person out of respect. To not be so direct. This is because in traditional, especially noble ones, were often referred to, indirectly, as if indicating their presence from a distance. Yeah, as to not to be too direct. Yeah, I remember this from like a cultural interest perspective. That's also how the sun, and all the other things, why using names and honorifics to refer to someone as opposed to using heavily used pronouns. Oh no. Oh, and kata. Okay, so we still got the home thing. That's fine, right? You can always remember which direction you're home. So this word is made of a single, but it can use both un or on, okay, based on context, right? So the on is still whole. We keep that. And the best way to get there is with a catapult. The direction home, and the best way to get there is with a catapult. Okay, catapult. Just climb the catapult and launch yourself there. It's the best. Yari kata? Yari kata. Interesting. Wait, but how do we know which? Not enough context.
ほう
ほう
型
Kata.
型
Okay. So there's not enough context to know if that's kata or ho. Oh, unless you're referring to direction versus way. Reading these sentences are a little up in the air, right? Because this one kind of reminds me of kita no ho as opposed to kita no kata. Koichi no I don't know. Koichi, I don't know. Well, there's not enough. Not enough. I'll read about this myself, I suppose. Huh. Actually, let's just plug and chug this in. Kata? Oh, that's kata. Okay. There's default to kata as well. What the heck? Kata? What about you? Kata? Are all these kata? Oh, wait. No, those are alone. All these kind of stand alone. Oh, what about this one? Oh, no, that's kata too. I don't know. Okay. Well, think about that another time. Just Han all day, right? This word is made, yes. But there are no useful kunyomi reading for this kanji, so even the single kanji uses the onyomi, which you've already learned. Okay, yeah.
Han.
Han.
I can't think of any other read at the moment. Remembering all the exceptions is kind of rough. I think we're gonna have to abandon the standalone thing. Maybe occasional on weak ones. A ceremony. Interesting. This radical looks like, yeah, someone wearing a dress. Looks like a person with a long dress or train running behind them. A long dress or train running behind them. That's because it's a bride or a groom going to their wedding ceremony. I can kind of see that. You usually have to wear a dress or a cape if you're at a ceremony. I can kind of see like I forgot what this thing is called. The veil being folded back. So when you see this radical, think of all the different ceremonies you might have gone to in your life and what you need to wear. Okay. Okay. That one's kind of a tough one. Okay. Wait. We're still partying it up. What was the alligator one? I don't remember the alligator one. It's fine. We're relying on our HanziHero at this point. They overlap. So it's either ho or kata at the moment. Okay. Did we have an alternative for this? We did. Wait, did I skip this one? I'm just drawing a blank, so I don't... Do I have an example of this? Oh, I do know. Do I have an example of this being used as a kunyomi? Not really. I can think of right off the top of my head. Oh, wait. No, I didn't skip this. I forgot. I'm a pep. Spent all that time talking about a song that I'm like, wait, what am I doing? It's fine. It's fine. Direction. Wait. Guess it's still direction. And or way, right? Gotta not get caught up with my explanation. Spirit. Just kind of looks like ne. Yeah, this looks like the katakana character for ne. Ne for necromancer. Oh, okay. That makes this a spirit brought back from the grave. All right. That one's a little tough. Spirit, huh? Thanks? Nay. Sha? Sure. Okay. Bold letter. Fat letter. Okay. What do you think a fat letter is? If I were to guess, I'd say a bold letter. Alright, fair enough. So, futoji.
Futoji.
Futoji. The reading for this is a bit odd. The uses the futo, yeah, which is kun, from futoi, and the ji is just the normal onyomi reading for letter. You have to remember this weird mismatch reading pair on your own. I'm afraid perhaps if you think of how fat letters don't really fit with the rest of the text, kind of like how the reading of both. Okay. Doji. Intriguing. A thick pen. Fudoji no pen. Oh, Fudoji no goshiku. Goshiku. All right. Next one. A branch. Okay. We have a cross on top of a stool. There's a cross growing out of this stool. It's branching off of it, if you will. Fair enough. The tree that this stool is made of is coming back to life in the form of a branch. Fair enough. Skin. E. Support sheet. Okay. E. Hey, branch. gun, ground, and a canopy? A reverse canopy? The rackle is shaped kind of like a dam. I see that actually. Oh wow, that's actually really good. Yeah, see the wall and the water pushing over the top? And this rackle is a dam, then it must create a ton of energy. Alright. Hydroelectric. You can see the and it flows off down here. I think that could work too. Okay, energy. Fair enough. Steam. Interesting. It's still key. Arrow is arrow. But is it still ya? Because ya is kunyomi. So if it's standalone, it's ya. Okay.
Ya.
Yeah.
Ya. Alright, we're fine. That takes an extra step. Okay. Oops. Center. Ooh, not that type of center. A different type of center. Okay, so we have a person intersected by a if someone has a big head. Okay, I kind of see the head. You have to try to focus on the center of it when you talk to them. You don't want to get caught with your eyes wandering all over their big head. Stare right at the center. Yeah, so this would be a disconnect, right? Or unless this is a standalone, like you're not trying to break it up. But I do see a person here, so they do say person. I do kind of see of a head. You could even say it's a big person. A big person with a head. Or you can say it's a big head. Ooh. Like a big head and you want to stare at the center. You can kind of see that, right? Ne? Oh. Oh. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because this is and this is too. I'm like, are all of them one's life. I see. So a person's life is one's life. Okay, sure. What is your human life? Oh, okay. Human life as well. Human life, person's life. One's life. So, Jin... Yeah, we just got... Wait. Jinsei? Jinsei.
人生
Yeah, we got all this stuff. So, genes, because we count people in genes. And then, saber. So, your life boils down to just two things. Genes and saber. Your whole life. That's all you ever needed. Genes and a saber. What are you? Some kind of American pirate. Oh. That's a plug for something.
人生
人生
Okay. Jinsei. A life partner. Ooh. Jinsei no partner. Jinsei. Jinsei ってね。人生って素晴らしい。Nice. Oh, I see. All right. uh, world. Oh, that's a breakup on the bottom of Kotoba. Okay, so there is no circle. There are no circles in kanji, remember? So imagine that. Oh, it's just like a globe. Angles are really circle. A little circle in a big circle with a line running through it. Why, it's the world. The world looks just like this, with continents on the globe and a line is the equator. Can you see it? I mean, I would have taken something like, right, to add some angles. And this would be like a globe, right? A globe on a stand. A globe on a stand. So the globe represents the world to some people. To some people, right? That's fine. Still same difference. Plate. I was gonna say Sada, but this is a plate drying on a rack. They're stacked together in a line. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Is this pun? Can't be pun. Sada. Oh, it's just Sada. Okay, they just go straight to Sada. Atata? On? On. I don't know where I would use on. And just shio. Okay, shio. Dore. Which one is dore? Okay. I mean, like, dore is which one? I just realized there's no way around getting around the pun. Dore mi fa sol la ti. Okay. Which one of these notes are you going to start singing from? The question dore is used to ask which one out of 3 or more choices.
どれ
Dore.
どれ
Yeah. Pronoun. Yep. I can see that. Yeah, and then koso ado word. Dore. Dore mi fa sol la ti. That's pretty good. All right, let's keep going. The moment I looked at this, I realized why they added the mnemonic, because it could have been Nin. It could have been Nin, but it's not. Like Ninse as opposed to Jinse. So that mnemonic was necessary. Oh, that was my mnemonic. You went for a bit, but you're back now. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do I have to write which one or just which? I think I have to write which one. Okay. Noto. Okay. It's shortened form of the notebook. Okay, alright, okay.
ノート
ノー
Noto.
ト
Noto. Alright, that's self-explanatory. We're fine. Throw in some katakana every once in a while, right? Bamboo. Ooh, that's kind of a tough sell. You've been at the pub and thought this would be a good stream to watch? Wait, you're at the pub right now? Oh, you were at the pub at that time. And now you're back from the pub, yeah? Okay. Got it. Sorry, stream delay. Okay, trees. How tall the stalks are with little bushy things at the top. It kind of looks like bamboo. Does it really though? If you use your imagination. If you use your... Fair. I mean, I also see sticks and a barb with 2 guns. And no, and this is not a joke about guns and guns and stuff, but I mean like the 2 guns that they use, like the 2 radicals, gun and stick and barb. A bamboo. I'll take it. Looks like bamboo. Okay. Ice. Not to be confused with the ice radical, I suppose. A drop with water. Oh, I see how they got the ice though. Okay. Add a drop of something magical to water and suddenly it turns to a big block of ice, just like that. You can actually do that. Imagine yourself adding that drop. What is it exactly? Something pretty potent, that's for sure. Now go ahead and touch the block of ice. Wow, it's really cold. And only from 1 drop too. Feel the burn on your finger from when you touched the ice. Sensational. Cody, right? Yes, Cody. What the heck? Cody, where's my reeds? Okay. When you think of ice, I want you to think of someone frozen with ice. Do you know anyone named Cody? 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 I can't say Corey. Oh my gosh. Corey. Cody. Almost anyone famous named Cody? Perhaps Cody Feldman. Imagine this Corey person frozen in some ice. Who's Corey? I need a face. Ooh, that's very unrelatable. That is very unrelatable. Oh, he was in Gremlins. Okay, maybe. Don't look like that very much anymore. Oh, I do remember him. Okay. Corey Feldman, huh? Alright. Thread. Thread, for sure. Poop. We have poop and small. There is something small in some poop. You lean in, carefully pull it out, and realize it's a thread. Why is there some thread in this small poop? You may wonder. Because it's cat poop. And cats love to eat thread when you aren't looking. And floss, and hoodie strings, and mouse tails. But this poop just has thread in it. I feel like Ko is most definitely a cat owner. And has some prior experience. This seems a little passive aggressive. And floss, and hoodie strings. Hoodie strings seem to be awfully specific. Actually, floss as well. Okay. I feel like Ko is trying to tell me something. Yeah, thread is thread. It helps. Ito. What is this? Pepper. Oh no, paper. Sorry, kami. I was thinking pepper. Kami. 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 Yeah, kami. Group is Sumi? Sumi? Yeah? Oh, Kumi. Oh yeah, that's Kumi. My bad. Not Sumi. I'm thinking of something else. Kumi. Okay. Goodbye. Sayonara. Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Sayonara.
さようなら
I saw your nada, but I then had to say goodbye. It was just a short trip, but at least I saw your nada. Sayonara is a formal way to say goodbye, so a good way to use with colleagues and teachers. A quick tip before I say goodbye: sayonara often drops It's yeah, yeah. It drops as u and becomes sayonara. Yeah, which I typically say sayonara as opposed to sayonara. Nara. Fair enough. Kind of like I don't know if they made the comment on Ohio, right? And saying Ohio, just Ohio, the state Ohio, as opposed to Ohio. In before lots of grumbling about Tokyo instead of Tokyo. Okay, okay. We don't want to emphasize this type of thing too often because it's a common thread comment in WaniKani when people talk about like the difference between yo and yo, right? Or sho and sho. This is the exception more than the norm. Okay. Bamboo. Oops. Notebook. Oh no. Is it Cody or Cody? It's Cody. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no. Okay. I don't want to talk about it. All right. Ear. Okay, we got the ear. How do you describe ear? This rat goes a bit more elaborate than the eye, though similar. In fact, if you go blind, your ears become one of your new senses, which is why this is another somewhat modified eye. You even notice. All right, fair enough. Okay, I got you. Ki? Ne? Oh, it's a spoon in onyomi. Sho? Ne? Sai. Oh yeah, sai. Sorry, I was thinking of sai sho, but sai. That's my prototypic sai. Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Konbanwa.
Konbanwa.
Konbanwa. Do they end up dropping? No. Just okay. So, how do you describe this? Rise and just says good evening. There is a report on the evening news about a konban. Yes, that's a ban on conning people. A kanban. A kanban. Konban. Konban. You can use konbanwa, konbanwa as a greeting from around 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. in both formal and informal situations. Watch out for that wa on the end or ha on the end, which is pronounced wa here. Around 5 p.m. or 6. Okay. I was thinking it'd be a little bit more involved than that.
こんばんは。
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 Hey, moving right along. Say humbly. Okay. Across with the mouth. Say humbly. Across in your mouth, so the things you say are very pious. Yeah. Everything you say humbly. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not that good. Oh no, my mustache doesn't look that great. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Mole. As you are saying all these humble things, you're also mowing your neighbor's lawn. Your neighbor loves you so much because you're so humble and you mow their lawn for them. Alright. Imagine mowing your neighbor's lawn while you say humbly how bad you are mowing at lawns. What a good neighbor you are. Alright. Okay. This is a kunyomi. What is it? Oh no, it says mo. Wait, is this a kun? Mo is kun. Then I think I've screwed something up. If mo is kun, then I've been mislabeling fur as onyomi. I'll have to double check now. Excuse me? Moshi moshi moshi. That makes sense. Moshi moshi. Moshi moshi. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize it's mo. Okay. Moshi moshi. Something move. It kinda looks like hide, but it's not. Is it still hide though? No. Ko. Omu. Okay. Hai.
はい
Haiku. Haiku. What the heck? Want me to write a haiku? Yes, of course. I use the formal way for saying you can use it to let everyone know that you're right, or simply, although not simply just to respond.
はい
Not that. It's usually, yeah, like, はい、いいですよ。はい、そうです。はい、もちろん、right? もちろん。Just got, yeah, or the person's name, that's fine too. Gotta be accounting, be accompanied by something. Insect is still insect. I like it. Does this look like an insect? Is that what you're doing? There is something private. I see the private in your mouth. You keep it private because you don't want other people to judge you. Why? Because it's an insect. Oh, they didn't go with this looks like an insect. You like to eat insects, but society's thing seems to think it's wrong. Don't worry, friend. Someday the rest of the world will embrace eating insects like you have. Don't really. There are already places in the world that embrace eating insects, actually. Culture. Since I already know the adjective, right? Oh no, but that's kun. But this is not tsuyo, is it? Yeah, of course. Un? That can't be kaze. Un? Un. Fu. Oh, fu. Really? And mushi. Yeah. My shashinko mnemonic for insect was mushi. Like, it's mushy. When you squeeze an insect, it's mushy. Oh there, Blair. Oh, anyways. Ah! My T-button double actuates. It's fine. That's acceptable. It's an acceptable problem. I just realized, did I even read what the read was on this? Oh, right. I'm so bad at mowing. Oh, flowers is still flowers. Only this time it's connected. Okay. They do look like flowers. You know they're flowers and not say grass because they're spaced out. You've learned grass later and it will be less spaced out. But somewhat similar to this. Keep that in mind. Yes. Flowers. I'm kind of curious if there's an onyomi for flowers. Which would be... What would be close? Ya? Maybe ya? Oh, it's just hana. Okay. Duo? Wait, what happened? Why did you type duo twice? Duo is finally giving you high endings on, oh, to want, to express desire, yeah, or a different way to express to want to do something. The Thai form. Level up. Wait, aren't you really close now, Blair, to the chapter when they suddenly resets? And how close are you to unit 37? I'm still waiting in anticipation for a bunch of people. Like, what do they feel like? Oh, there's grass. Kuchi. Kutsa. Oh, yo, yeah, kutsa. Why does it kuchi? Kutsa. Cha? Cha. Many units? Only on... Oh, you're on unit 4. Okay. I believe. Yep. Yeah, I've seen this before. But I haven't used it personally myself. Want to play Uno? Yep. Of course I do. I always want to play Uno. You take that back, Ko. There are times and places where you want to play Uno. Don't ever say you always want to play Uno. It's like saying you always want to play Settlers of Catan. Sometimes that ruins friendships. You take that back. But I give the side eye whenever someone says like, I always love to play Settlers of Catan, or I always want to play Monopoly. Side eye. Like, are you sure about that? Those games can ruin friendships. It's a casual way to say yes or yeah, so you generally use it with friends and family and other informal situations. Yeah. I haven't used because I think of streaming as formal situations, not informal situations. Although other people can use informal stuff, but I hear this a lot in anime actually. Especially in with the occasional yes or right? Actually Hunter has a lot of uns in it. Pretty sure. When I say I can even hear Gon saying every once in a while. And us as well. Us. Anyways, okay. Alright. We'll just remember it. Yippers. Okay. What's next? Previous. Sen? Probably Sen. Right. Xian, the closest thing to Xian is Sen. A slide. Wait, but those look like legs too. Oh wait. Yes, the slide is this part. Slide, dirt, and legs. Alright, hear me out here. Let's find out. Slide some dirt on your legs so you can feel like you're from a previous time. Well, that's just getting down and dirty. Everything from the past is in the dirt. Oh my gosh, that's so dark. Dead people, dinosaur bones, your mom's secret in a box from her past life. What the? Ko, listen. Sometimes Ko is very dark with these things. All these things come back to you as you slide the dirt all over your legs. Imagine the feeling of dirt on your legs. Now think back to the previous day, the previous year, the previous century. Ko is consistent though. The other thing that we had with dirt, right, was dealing with your past. For Kyo. Also, he talked about the dirt, private dirt, things from the past. Okay. Sen, yeah. As you sit there pretending you're in a previous time, you see a centaur. That's right. Centaurs are from way in the past. Centaurs were definitely real in the past. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. They're just afraid of the truth. There is a fan theory, like a suspicion about centaurs actually, and it came I think I like the fan theory of the one archer guy that I like to watch, who talks about archery. It's because of depictions of I can't draw horses, don't at me. Right? So of like you know, people, right? People on horseback, right? People on horseback. People on horseback with arrows. So like archers on horsebacks. Horseback peeps. And at some point there was this idea like, well, if someone, you know, they're very common, they're depicted, but what happens if you had the body of a horse but the dexterity of a human? And that was the idea of combining the thing. I like that theory. The guy then went on to think about it's like, well, let's think about it from a biological standpoint. And I really like this one, or a psychological standpoint. We know that humans are not that great at quote unquote multitasking. In fact, the prevailing theory for the moment is that you're switching between things very quickly, and it may seem like multitasking. So imagine if a centaur did exist. How often would they trip over things while trying to aim at things? And he was talking about the idea like what type of coordination required and focus that's required to like aiming in archery. And then meanwhile you have to negotiate your legs. But then again, you can also argue that if such a thing exists, there might be a psychological or biological mechanic like running, right? Running and talking on your phone, for example. Right, you could steady go forward and stuff, but horses are far more dexterous than that, than simply galloping forward. I kind of like the short. It was a good point that I didn't even consider, about the whole depiction of centaurs. Like, where did that come from? Not a bad horse. I try. I do the sketchy thing, if I don't know the form, I try to capture the brief form and then let my eyes fill in. It's like the way you develop drawing. You start by trying to capture the form. Previous. Okay. So rub dirt all over, slide all the dirt between throughout your legs to feel all the baggage of previous times. Got it. Terebi. Okay, terebi. Actually, it might be. No, it's terebi.
テレビ
Yeah, it's not terebi.
テレビ
Right? Terebi versus terebi. Terebi. Yes, okay. Yes, we don't need to go over this. And then eye. It's a walking eye. Oh no, they just go straight to C instead of walking eyes like HanziHero did. This is a walking eyeball. Eyeball with legs. There's an eyeball on top of some legs. When your eyes get taken places on legs, in this case, your eyes are seeing those things. Fair enough. Parents. Shin? Ne? Shin. Yes. Shin. I think this just defaults to Kagami. Yes, Kagami. Alright. Mi. Yes, Mi makes sense. Alright. Whoops. Yep. I say yep, I don't say yep. I say yep most of the time instead of yep. I don't know if that's a regional thing or not. Yippers instead of yeppers, right? Yippers. Do I say yup? Not as much. I don't say yup as much as well. I still say yeah and yay. I'm thinking of like when Japanese have all those versions of doing the same thing. And meanwhile in English you just get every permutation of 3-letter words starting with the same letter. Like yo, you, yo, yay. Just all the Y's. Why is that actually? Why is that? Ah, I cracked myself up. I'm kidding. That was after the fact. I just realized I made a pun. Okay. I just type TV. Yes. Makes sense. Another batch. Let's go. Letter of the alphabet. 文字. Wen zi. Just kidding. Ji and bun. Bunji. Okay. A writing letter is simply a letter. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's they went with letter. You're writing bunji or han. Wait, is it bunji or is it han? No. Is it kan? Wait. That's not how that's done. No, that's not. I know the kan. I know the kan character. The bunji. No, moji. Ooh. This is different. Oh wait, is bun? Oh, bun is the. Oh, I'm a doofus. What was the read I had for literature? Was it bun? It was bun, right? But that was the kun. Which usually the reading of is a bit of an exception here. It uses a shortened version of the onyomi mon, which is mo. Oh, bun and mon. Okay, yeah. So they went with mon, but they shortened it to mo. Okay. Yeah, because bun monster. Bun monster. Or bun and mon. Okay, I see. You know all the letters of the alphabet only because of Mo. If it wasn't for your buddy Mo teaching you all the letters, you probably wouldn't even be able to read today. Thanks, Mo. I don't have a Mo friend. I certainly need more Mo friends, right? Everyone needs Mo friends. Alright. So moji. Moji? Moji.
文字
Moji.
文字
Moji. Moji. Ne? Okay. Z. Z is very close. There's a lot more buzzing in the Z than I thought.
文字
Moji.
文字
Moji. Interesting. I remember this. All right, thank you, Mo. Thank you, Mo. Okay, and then we only have G in so many things. Okay, fine. We're fine. Red. Yep, that is definitely red. Even as a basic radical. How does this work? We have dirt, legs, and drops, or fins. Okay, so now they chose fins. There are some legs and fins under the dirt. Imagine yourself looking at all the severed limbs. There's blood everywhere, no matter how. Oh, okay. Now Ko is going into the blood and severed body parts situation. Kevin like leads straight into it. It's like, imagine a severed hand in the bakery. Like, oh, okay. I guess people find severed hands in bakeries all the time. Okay. Red, fair enough. It's reinforced by the kanji. Huh. Mei, right? Mei. For Ming. Mei. Evening mouth. What do you got for me? Coincidentally, we had this yesterday in HanziHero. What is the evening mouth? Imagine a mouth that ends up in the night sky. It's just there, talking, and only comes out at night. It only appears in one area of the world. What area would you choose? Imagine yourself going to a place to see the night mouth. And appears only 1 month out of the year? More on this in a second. 1 month in the year. The evening mouth is the most famous thing in the... Oh, I see where they're going with famous. In the U area? This area you choose. Okay, sure. U area is what I would go with. Yume, or famous. He's so famous that everyone knows his name. Evening mouth. Okay. Imagine going to an area you choose and watching Evening Mouth speak. There are thousands of others there wanting to see the giant floating mouth in the night sky. That's kind of weird. Evening Mouth then says, "Everyone, what's my name?" And everyone shouts back Evening Mouth in unison. Evening Mouth has certainly gotten really famous. Oh, and then this is in Mei. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is Mei. So, wait. It's Mei, right? Myo. Myo. I don't think I remember mule use. So when does Evening Mouth appear? Turns out Evening Mouth only comes out to talk in May. You know this because it's just starting to be spring, and when you look around, you're watching Evening Mouth again. You see some spring flowers come out. This is gonna definitely be a prompt in Inktober this year. Evening Mouth is definitely gonna be a prompt because it deals with the time of day and a year, and it deals with spring and flowers. I have to draw those things at some point. The evening mouth in the sky. You know what they say, April showers bring May flowers. What do May flowers bring? They bring evening mouth. Baby. Oh boy. May, okay. Myo. Meijin? Or Byoji. Oh, Meijin. Really? Meijin. Meijin. Meiji. Oh, Myoji. Myoji sounds nicer. We don't know the use case for those two yet. Famous music. I don't remember where I've seen... Oh, Odo? No, it's not Odo. Oh, Kyoku. Kyoku. No. No. Car. Fair enough. This is like the top-down version, right? Yeah, there are rods that Make up the base of the car. Imagine for the wheels to go on. That's why this rack was called the car, yeah. Revolve. Aru, but not 10. Okay. The onyomi. Don't know the on for this either. Oh! It just went straight to karu. Okay. That's fine. Pretty sure that's the kun. A straight line. Ichi? Ichi moji? Ichi moji. When you write, when you have one writing letter, what do you have? Here's a hint. There's one kanji in this word that consists of one writing letter, aka a straight line. One, yeah. Ichimonji. Oh, and then now it goes straight to monji. Dang.
Ichimonji.
Ichimonji. Since has to, yeah. So now they went to mon and instead of abbreviating it. I see.
Ichimonji.
Ichimonji. What do you write? Letter in parentheses? Okay, we're just gonna write letter. We're just gonna write letter. Fine. Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. One straight letter? I wasn't paying attention. What did I want? Oh, just a straight line. Boy. Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. Okay. Okay. A calf. Okay. Wait. So Kogyu. No, not Ko. Shigyu? Gyu what? Oh, I think I'm gonna need some help here. It could be Koichi. Like kind of like Koinu situation, right? So they just do the kunyomi. Chow cow as a calf. Koichi. Okay. So you have the readings of the word child and yeah. Yeah, you should be able to read this even though it's using kun. Okay.
Koushi.
Koushi.
Koichi. I'm using Koinu and Koneko as the prototypic for this. They stick with a kun as opposed to doing a onyomi. Shellfish. Okay. There's a giant eye on top of fins, which makes it kind of like shellfish. Yeah, I gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Gun and cow. Where are you going with this with gun and cow? You have a gun and a cow, which must mean it's that time of year. Okay. Every year on New Year's Eve, you get asked to shoot a cow as per tradition. The heck? Oh. Oops. You really don't want to though, so you deliberately miss every time. Alright. Last year was a close call and you ended up shooting the cow's horns. So what? Which is the cow radical looks a little bit strange. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can you see how the cow radical fits underneath the gun? Yeah. Alright. Nen? Or Nian? Right, Nen? Seems like everyone is calling the fact that you deliberately miss every year. So this year you made a Nendoroid decoy in the shape of a cow? Jeez. Congrats on day 5, Omni. Congrats on day 5. What did you do today, Omni? Nendoroids are Japanese plastic figurines. Look them up if you need to, and yes, there are cow Nendoroids. It probably won't be easy to make a cow-sized Nendoroid this year, but better than having to shoot a real one. All right. What? Oh, 2011. That is not a coincidence. 2011 is the year WaniKani was launched. Not an arbitrary. Not do a self-destructive behavior? Nice. Omni. Did you do also a proactive behavior? Anything proactive? Yeah, 2011 was the release year of WaniKani. Nai? Nennai? Ne? Nennai. No. Nen? Oh yeah, Nennai, yes. And then Nenchu. Ne? Nenchu. Okay. No? Tomorrow. I always got a chance, you know. Always got a chance. I think that's also something you can tap into, right? Slowly inch towards, like, the heck with mitigating. Let's also be proactive. Postage stamp. Kite. We still had key, right? Key still works, but key. Key and te. These are special reads put together. This is a pretty old word. And in the olden days, everything was cut by hand, including postage stamps. Oh, having to cut thousands of stamps each day by hand sounds incredibly laborious. So maybe that's why this word came to be associated specifically with stamps. Interesting. Yeah, kite. So, usually you would use onyomi, but both of these are kuns, right? In this case, it's a kunyomi of both. Yeah. Yeah, this would be the special read. And then there would be also a tsu in this. And this is largely just memory. So, kite. Kite. Actually, this is from Duolingo. So.
Kitte.
Kitte.
Kite. Next to kipu. Oh, kidoki. Oh, we're gonna keep going here. No time to write. No time to write. Context. Foot. Foot. Ashi or soku. Ashi and soku, because this is there was something that happened in the review. So, for this one, probably soku, right? Yeah, soku. Road. Lu. What could Japanese lu be? Du. Do. Oh, dang it, it's a do. Yeah, of course. So, urge. Soku as well. Soku. Alright, let's go. Oh shit. Shellfish. For a moment there, I was like, what the heck is a baby cow? Whoops. Wait. We're going with foot here. Leg and foot. I type leg because leg and foot are... There's something about Japanese. Leg and foot is connected in meaning. So when I typed leg, I was like, wait a minute. They wanted foot in English, but foot and leg are associated with each other in Japanese. And I was like, oh, wait. Eat it. Alright. Shiroi. Alright, Shiroi is a freebie. White is white is white is white. And the read is still the same.
白い
Shiroi.
白い
Okay. Asparagus. How'd you say? Oh, asu paragasu. Okay. All right. Not. Oh, that's cute. Not is not. All right. How do they describe this? If you see this radical in a kanji, you'll want to think of an opposite of whatever other radicals there are. It looks like a lot like below, but guess what? It's not. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I get them mixed up every once in a while too. Actually, the not and bu and xia. Bu and xia gets mixed up a little bit. And in Japanese, I also do the same. Although it's not as much because xia is not used as much in Duolingo Japanese. Okay. Sai or early. It looks like early is still early. This is hayai would be my closest prototypical one. Although that's kunyomi. So zai probably zai. I mean, it could be zai. Maybe. Do you have a sun? The sun is on over a cross. It's time to go to church, which is so darn early. And if you want to get to church early, you need to be fast. Otherwise, you'll be too late. Yeah, fast, early, quick. Imagine the sun coming up slowly over the horizon. It then lines up with the cross, and at the moment your alarm goes off, waking you up. You check the alarm, and instead of displaying the time, it just says early and fast on it. Flashing, okay. Soul. Really? Soul. Remember the soul reading, we use the word soul. When you're forced to get up fast and early, you can feel it in your soul. You're so tired and so early, your soul cries out, please don't make me go this fast this early. I'm gonna leave your body if you keep it. Keep this up. But you get your soul up early, head to the church fast anyway, because you're doing all this work for your soul in the first place for the church. Okay. I was thinking maybe it did die, like something close to zai or early for Mandarin. But soul, interesting. Soul. For your cert. Okay, I gotta think of the sun over the cross. For early waking. Okay, soul. Okay. Got it. 20th day. Are they gonna go with Atsuka? Or Nichi? I don't know. That sounds so weird. Okay. Yep. 20 times 10 days is 20 days. Hatsuka. Okay, Hatsuka.
20日
20日
It's an exception, yeah. It's a special day, Hatsuka. If you make one hat for 20 days, you'll have hatsu, hatsu, hatsu to fill your ka completely. That's a lot of days and a lot of hats. I probably, to be earnest, it's probably going to be difficult to remember this mnemonic, but it'll be used as a reminder of Hatsuka. Because Hatsuka is a very important day. It's not too... It's like Tanjobi, right? Tanjobi is a very important thing. And Hatsuka is also a very important thing. So is Hadachi. Hadachi is also a very important thing too. Or it's related to Hadachi, really. That's how I remember it, but fine. Hatsuka. I don't know. Do they explain it? The reading of Niju are exceptions when N picks the kunyomi. Here's a... Oh wait, do I have the kunyomi? No, I don't have the kun. For these. What goes with which? Oh, a ka here. But... Wait. This isn't kun though. This is ka instead of he, right? But these become kun. But I don't. No, I don't have examples yet. It's fine. Samurai. Is this the headpiece on top? Looks like a dirt radical, but the top stroke is longer because he's holding sword. Okay. Dirt can't really hold anything because its arms are too short. So when you see this radical, think long arms or some long swords. That's a samurai. Alright. 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 I got you. Doing? Shi. Boy. And then. Bye. Okay, I think I got this. All right, we're good. I don't know how to spell 20th. When he 20th? 20th? Okay. Okay. In its entirety. So maru is maru. So marukoto. Marukoto. Interesting. So circle koto. Goto. Sorry, marukoto. How would we do this? If you go to goto, a circle. If you go to goto, a circle, you need to go to its entirety. In its entirety. Oh, okay. That means you have to circle around the whole thing. Otherwise, it isn't even a circle. It's like a line with a squiggle or something. Okay. Got it. You often hear this word when talking about food, like when biting into a whole apple or accidentally swallowing a grape without chewing. But it's not just for food. You can also use to talk about memorizing a whole book from beginning to end, for example. Marugoto. Oh, okay.
丸ごと
Marugoto.
丸ごと
Okay, and then we already know maru, so no need to remind. Marugoto. Let's see. Mango. Mango o kesu marugoto maratta. Morata, not marata. Morata.パイントのアイスを丸ごと、丸ごと一人で食べた。ate a whole pint of ice cream by myself. Okay, rice. Rice is still rice. Not to be confused with a rice patty, yes. Rice patty, grains growing out. Yeah, okay. The stalk, yes, got it. Rice to be rice. Hundreds. A leaf and a sun. Where are you going with 100? There's a leaf growing out of the sun. You fly out into space to check it out, and when you get closer, you see that it isn't just one leaf, it's 100. That makes sense. You would have been able to see just one leaf on the sun from where you were on Earth. Okay. Imagine flying toward the sun to see 100 leaves growing together in the shape of one leaf. You want to go closer. Okay. 100 is just 100, right? 100. I don't know how that's on. I don't know where the on comes from 100. As opposed to bai, which bai is possible in Japanese, right? Bai. I mean, bai exists for selling. The read on selling bai, but it's 100. You fly closer counting 100 leaves when you hear a strange sound. You took off your space helmet and hear yuck. Cool. You know that laugh. It's Goofy. Oh, Yuck. Oh my gosh, no. It's Goofy. On top of the 100 leaf, is Goofy laughing and waving around. Gorge. I'm just kidding. He must have built his leaf tower to get your attention. Imagine hearing Goofy Yuck over and over after you save him from being stranded on the sun. How would you feel being stuck in a cramped ship with laughing Goofy and his 100 leaves? Oh, you thought he would leave those behind? Nope. There's a joke there. Leave those behind. Nope. They saved him, so you have to take them back too. Happy travels. That's laying it on thick. Go out. Makes sense. I only have de. It's still de. No, I have de because most of them are yeah, go words, okay. You exit, but you do it with this is in transit. You do it with kageru added to it. Just think of that kageru as you're exiting while being cocky about it. You do this when you want to go out or to leave. You go out in a cocky way. Kakeru, cocky way, kake. Ke. This word can only be used for a person going out. You can't say a train. Not that word. So how do I remember? Oh, it's still de. Since the word consists of a kanji with hikana, you bet that it would be the kun. You learned this. Oh, okay. That was the kun. Oh, cho was the on. Oh yeah. De is the kun. Yes. Cho. Cho is the on. Right? No, it's not cho. It's chew. Chew is the on. Chew. Wait. It's not chew. It's ah ah oh no. Everything's mixed up. What was happening at the shutsu. Yeah, shutsu. Shutsu is the shutsu. Okay.
出かける
Dekakeru. Oh, dekakeru.
出
Yeah.
かける
That is a really early one. I still didn't get the kanji for in Duolingo. Tanaka-san. Oh no, Tanaka-san. Tanaka-san wa Hawaii no ne? Honeymoon ni dekakemashita yo. Okay. A loiter? Okay, now you're just getting carried away. The leader radical has a little something extra on top of him, holding him down, holding him back. It's causing him to wait. It's causing him to loiter. Okay. Alright, I got you. Okay, I got you. To something it is entirely, to enter. We'll just say whole in its entirety. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, they accept entirety. Okay. I'm like, what kind of prepositional phrase did it use? In its entirety. Okay. Yaku. Goofy. Oh, this is getting too much. We got too much. Naruto. I'm not even sure people know what loiter means. Like, I wonder how often the word loiter is used on the internet. Like the English word, loiter. Kaki exit. The kakeru. A bed. Oh no. Okay, let's see. Bed. I see the bed with a little like little side. You have to complete the line on the right. Okay. Yeah, you see the pillow. Yes. Okay, I do. Oh, beast. What the heck? Bundle. Huh. Okay. Kuchi? There's no way that's kuchi ni suru. Oh yeah, that's actually kuchi ni suru. Dimension. Interesting. To do by mouth. To do by... Yes. Okay. To say, to eat, to drink. Oh yeah, that too. Yes, because suru modifies, yes. And most things by mouth. You've already learned that, yes, kuchi means mouth, and here is followed by the particle ni, which pinpoints a location. The verb suru means to do, so you're doing something to your mouth. Logically enough, the expression is used to describe lots of actions that you do with your mouth. It's often used to mean, to mention, or to say, but with an added descriptive nuance that you say something accidentally or that you said something accidentally or unexpected, maybe something you shouldn't have said. I see. Interesting. It can also mean other things done with mouth, like to eat and to drink unexpectedly or accidentally. Oh, that's why I don't see it. Okay. Yeah. Kuchi ni suru.
口にする
Kuchi ni suru.
口にする
Okidoki. Yeah, to eat consciously. Cautiously. Ooh. Oh yeah, because of the osoru. Soru osoru. Osoru osuru kuchi ni suru. I didn't realize osoru osoru repeated. Interesting. Ukkari. Ukkari kuchi ni suru. Ukkari to excellent. Okay. Hajimete kuchi ni suru. Say for the first time. Oh, okay. Alright, alright. Moving right along. The only one I got is oh, it's a standalone too, actually. So it could be Machi. And then I had Machinaka as well. So Machi. Oh wait, but it's Naka. Machinaka. So that this might not be the read I'm looking for. I see a rice paddy in a street in the same place. You have a marking of a whole town. Intriguing. Think about it. A single farm wouldn't need a whole street. Just pass would do. There's a street next to this rice paddy, so there must be other people, which makes this a town. Alright, fair enough. Okay. Cho! Oh, Cho makes a return. Oh, it's still Cho. Okay. You go to visit the nice little town, but then there she is. Every time you walk down the street woman, Mrs. Cho, arrives to ruin your decade. Remember, imagining Mrs. Cho is great detail in level 2. Time for some work to come to fruition. Imagine Mrs. Cho walking down the street of the town towards you, ready to make your day bad. She breaks things as she walks towards you, then knock you down for walking in her town. She says, wherever there's a street, you'll find Mrs. Cho. Then spits you. Okay. At your back is she. Alright. So, Cho is coming back. So. And then of course the kun is Machi. Machi and Shitamachi? Ne? No. It's not. Because Onyomi. So Cho. Something Cho. Kacho. No. There's no way that's Kacho. Oh. No, they went with Kunyomi. Okay, so this is an example of Kunyomi. Shitamachi. Okay. Instead of going with Onyomi. Shitamachi. I feel like Machi meme. Cho meme. Oh, Cho meme sounds good though. Cho meme. Okay. Cho meme sounds good. Machi meme sounds pep. So we just went with feeling this time. This one went with Onyomi. Machi meme. Okay. Pie. Because it looks like pie. It just looks like pie. I did not make that connection, but that's fine. Okay, pie is pie. To live. Yes, this is what I was expecting, right? After born, typically live. I said soon really early on because of to live as opposed to what was the born se? Yeah, they were using se. Wait. Oh no, I'm gonna get that one wrong because I don't remember. We'll see if I can remember. Okay, this one consists of kanji with hiragana, so we're doing the kun, right? Oh wait, this is the verb, yeah. And then to live means life to live. Oh, is ikiru. Oh. Ikiru. Oh, really? Oh, wait. How does that work? Oh, this is not what I was thinking. Oh, it must be because it means to come from. Okay, so we still haven't gotten the thing I'm thinking of. No, this is different. All right, so what does it mean to live? Life is icky. Icky. The ki comes from the hiragana part. Oh, icky. But you have to take that ickiness and roll with it if you want to have a good life. If you want
生きる
to.
生
Ikiru.
きる
I'm thinking of a different character, probably. That's why. Ikiru. I'm thinking of a different character. That's why. A different character entirely. Nope. It's a mix-up. Okay. And what is its definition? Okay. It's only a cross in meaning, I suppose, or in potential nuance meaning instead of the character itself. I'm like, what's Tu? I'm thinking of Tu at the moment. Icky, huh? Ikiru.
生きる
Ikiru.
生きる
This one's gonna hit me pretty hard later. It's not good enough. Life is icky? Okay, fine. Let's see. Let's go for it. Oops. Okay. Wait. A cliff? Alright. Fair enough. It looks like a cliff to the west. We got it. Moving along. Yep. Oh, actually. So... do they use... you? You? No way. This has got to be like some sort of special read, right? You? Te? No. Migi? Migite? This has got to be a special read. Your right hand is your right hand, yes. Yep. Chugoku, this word, however, uses a kunyomi reading, yeah, because it's the te tends to make things into that too. So, migite. Okay, fair enough.
右手
Migite.
右手
Okay, alright. Now we gotta keep moving. No time to read. Treasure. A roof on top of a ball. Or king, and with a drop, that's fair too. Under the roof, the king stares into a drop of water containing his greatest treasure. Just keeping, the king has way more treasure than that. Just kidding, the king has way more. The drop of water is just reflecting what's around him. Mounds and mounds of treasure stacked. Consider treasure reflected in the drop of water. Okay. Alright. All of this treasure is kept in the king's home. Oh, king's home. He can let and home recurring. He can't let anyone see how much treasure he has, so they'll get mad. Or worse, ask him to share some of his with his people. Yuck. The treasure stays at home. Picture his home from the outside. It looks like a normal small castle, but then you walk in and it's a treasure trove of well. Treasure, okay. So hole. Castle. Reflection. Okay. National treasure. Oh, interesting. Ah, treasure stone. Ah, Hoseki. Treasure stone. Jewel. Okay. Master. Sheesh. So, if you cap a king, the king has a drop of water floating above his head. That's because he's not just a king, he's the master of water. Okay, master of elements, master of all things. I mean, could just be a bender, you know? Alright. Okay. And then the fourth day. Fourth day. Yoka. What's happening on the fourth day? Okay, yo, but it's cut off because it's not yon, so it's a cut off. Yep. In the wilderness, you on the fourth day of being lost in the wilderness, you start yelling, "Yo, ka!" out of desperation, never getting an answer. You keep marching on, occasionally yelling for your car, but no car ever comes to help you. All right.
4日
Yoka.
4日
All right. I think we're fine. Oops. Okay. Whoops. Oh boy. Yotsu. Just pass it on. Pass it on? Yes, pass it on.
4つ
4つ
Okay. Alright. What do we have here? An umbrella. Oh, really? Do you know the bottom of umbrella? So an umbrella handle? Alright, fair enough. Stone? Stone is stone, which is stone. Seki. Sexy? You throw a stone through a window and now you see something very sexy. Seki. Really? Whoops, maybe you shouldn't throw stones through windows or you'll see people's sexy time. Ko, please. Seki. Okay. Seki. Sexy. A beggar. Okay. Doesn't this look like someone on their knees? Oh, holding out their hands, clasped, begging for money. Okay. A beggar. Okay. Fair enough. Yonsen. Yeah, Yonsen. It's 400. I mean, 4,000. Yonsen.
4000
4000
Yonsen. Okay. Alright, we're good. The umbrella is a stretch. Is Becker spelled with an A or an R? Okay. I mean, A or an E. Oh no. Let's keep going. 40? Fine. 40.
40
40
40. Okay. Oh, we're at the end. This is the horns, not to be confused with Triceratops. Okay. Self-explanatory. Spikes. On the ground, there are a bunch of spikes. Okay, coming out. You won't step on. Yeah. Self-explanatory. That's pictorial. And then following Migite, we're gonna do Hidarite. Right? Hidarite. Same deal, right? Left arm, left side, left hand side. Hidarite. Yeah.
左手
Hidarite.
左手
Alright. We still gotta do the reviews of these things, though. Hopefully I remember this stuff. Taking a lot. Oh, horns. Well, at least they didn't penalize me for that, too. It says spikes. Okay. Alright. Oh, it doesn't go straight into review. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We got through our radicals, right? So let's do it. And did I screw this up? How did I screw this up? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. Is it already close to midnight? Oh no. Okay. It's all good. Ah, fresh collection of goodies. Look at this fresh collection of goodies. Alright, so we're going over our mnemonics again. Go over our mnemonics. Mnemonics. So, man, compass? No, measurement. Is it measurement or just measure? Measurement. Okay. Okay. Man, measure. 2 legs. Origin, hole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flower, sea, red, car, shellfish, leg, or not actually foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, eye, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horn, spike. Right? Okay. Now let's do our read. So we're just gonna focus on one for this one for now. Kyo. Go. Da. Kori. Mo. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have to double check on Mo because this is Kun. So I think I made an error before on Mo for fur. Right, so Mo, I remember that. Gonna stop on that. Sen. Sen. Me. Nen. Right? Yes. Then Does this go straight to high? No, soul. Soul. Yaku. Yaku. Cho. Oh. Seki. Pretty sure Seki is. Kun. Oh no! Seki. What? What is Seki supposed to... Seki? What is that close to? Okay, and then let me double check the kanji for mo in fur. Mo is onyomi. Oh, interesting. No. So it's not exclusive to the reed itself. So I don't know. That's so interesting. This is the first instant that's happened. Mo is labeled as onyomi for fur. But oh wait. Did I screw up? No, because Mo is kun. Oh no. That means I can't stick to the way I was doing it. No, it doesn't work that way. Oh no. It doesn't work that way. The reeds are not identified by their sound. So they're not. Oh no. Kun and on are not separated by their sounds. That is so weird. Oh no. Maybe this is not going to do. This is probably not going to do well moving forward. This would be the first instance that I noticed that there's the same reed. The same sound. But one is kun and one is on. Actually, let's look then. Ah, there goes my shortcut. Okay, I'll have to look up maybe some other stuff in the future. Yeah, so that's the first time that has happened that I noticed. All right. Is there anything else I'm kind of fishy on? Soul? Oh no, I clicked on Nen when I meant to click on Soul. Nope, we're fine. All right. And then what our one error was... How did I screw this up? Oh, I focused on one character only. So this is doorway. I wrote door because I was looking at door. Doorway. Away. And that's it. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. It'll be kind of tough right after because there are so many of these. However, most of these are radicals in the beginning. And radicals are really, really fast. I don't know why. There's something about radicals that you're associating one word. And I guess I rely more on rote memory. Rote memory is definitely a lot faster. I don't have a name for... Okay, which ones I have a name for? So, mnemonics that I have already instilled. This one? That's one. This is coming from HanziHero. This is because so the ones I have are kanji related and or HanziHero related from Chinese. Or okay, I have quite a lot actually. And they're largely because of kanji. All right, that's why it's so fast. That's related to their radical. I'm trying to list all the ones that are related to their radical. Yeah, so there are 14. So over almost half of them are related to a kanji that I already know, and or a hanzi that I already know. So that's why it looks like it's so much easier or so much quicker to translate. It'll stop being the case in the future, I think. Or actually, you know what? It's probably less likely to be the case in the future. When the radicals get more complicated, if they get, I don't know how high the radicals go, like in complexity. However, the radicals, the more complex they are, the more likely I'm going to know something. It's actually if you look, right? If I take a look, the ones that don't have, a lot of them, the ones that actually, I know this one too. And actually this one as well. The ones that are more complicated, the ones that are basic are the ones that I don't have any mnemonics with because they were too small units. The units were too small. Actually, I have my own mnemonic for this one too. Actually, it's looking like over half of them. Yeah, half of them. Getting close to half of them. I have my own mnemonics or a consequence of knowing Chinese. Of Mandarin, learning Mandarin in the process. That's probably why these things are going a lot faster. Like I spent very little time remembering radicals or the names that they have. And it leads to my earlier discussion today with Gecko about how do I get lid? If I'm saying lid, not get confused with roof, which not get confused with forehead. I'm like, it's probably a combination of like HanziHero and existing things that I don't get them mixed up. I didn't think about it very clearly why when I say lid, I'm also thinking roof. And now I was waiting for forehead, basically. I didn't know what they were going to call this, right? And when they're associated, these are clustered together. So I tend to cluster things that look alike together by happenstance. And I kind of like that they're doing it this way too. You know, like leader is attached to loiter. So they are doing between radicals as well. Although I think HanziHero does this deliberately, so it's part of the design. And that does the thing I already do. So Kevin is definitely a lot closer to the way I group radicals and association. O is a little bit more separate. There's a lot more moving parts, and it shows because I'm still having problems because kun, the thing that's disjointed for me between that makes this transition very difficult is because of the kun and the on, right? And in Chinese, Kevin doesn't necessarily have this problem. Kevin, to a lesser extent, because it's more the exception than the rule to have different reads. And I'm still trying to figure out a way that I would sort this out. I don't think it's sufficient. It's not consistent enough to say it's a like a fukuko kugo, right? Then you use on, which we already have tons of examples of kun instead. And then the special reads. So there's plenty of special. It might flesh out, right? It might flesh out that the large majority are onyomi, but that doesn't sit very well. It sits better than standalones. So whenever standalone, it feels like it's a toss-up. It's on or kun. So there's not really a basis for me to rely on this. Now I'm using rote memory for the time being. So we're using rote memory, and most of the time we're not using rote memory. We're using the idea that these two things are connected. Rote memory is still being used for kunyomi in special cases when there are two characters next to each other, two kanji next to each other. In terms of and it's not complete as well for when something has okurigana, right? When they have kana, hirakana following, hirakana hiragana after a kanji, right? Which is typically going to lead to a kun read, typically. However, any case that has a special read while they're standing alone, have a special read, can change this outcome, which is less often. So this is probably fairly reliable. This is semi-reliable. And then you have to remember all the special cases in between. And then the rest is usually they introduce own selectively strong unless it's a special case. So oftentimes they focus, Ko focuses on introducing the own, and then the kuns come up less frequently, and usually the kuns are the special cases. And those special cases, you have to pay attention to whether they violate on or kun when they're standing alone. So all these special cases tend to be organized in a way that whenever they're introduced as a kanji, they have kun. That's kind of how I'm sorting it out right now, and that's the way I'm guessing these reads in order to sort them. Not that it'll hold up. I don't think this is gonna hold up. This is gonna fall apart. This is gonna end up falling apart at some point. I don't see this as scalable. The reason why I'm trying to do this, right? The reason why I'm trying to do this is it's a different way to look at it. Just different way, different way to look at it. Rules, kind of like rules and patterns. I didn't do this to learn Duolingo's vocabulary, like the 3,000, 4,000. It's like 3,000 vocabulary, how to read them based on their kanji and stuff. I didn't use rules or patterns or generalities. Remember them through association and meaning, association, meaning, and sound after knowing them, after being exposed to them, as opposed to using them to predict, using prediction. It's the same thing as how people keep emphasizing grammar, like knowing grammar before looking at sentences, as opposed to looking at sentences and then figuring out what the grammar is. Back and forth, right? I haven't used anything for grammar yet, like a grammar teaching thing, so we haven't gone this way where we take the grammar and then apply it to a sentence, like maybe even create a sentence, possibly. Most of the stuff is from taking the sentence and then learning the grammar point. And this would be the same way. This would be the other way around. I see reads and then I intuit the reads based on what I hear. Not try to think of, oh, this is what I read, so it's likely to use a specific way of reading. So, cue the thread that would say, how do you know when to use on and kun? And before using WaniKani, my answer from experience would be, you know when you know. You know, right? It's rote memory. And I didn't divest enough time into saying, oh, so this is when this is. Now I am, or at least trying to. And it's obviously the words that they are coming up, there are quite a lot of exceptions. And the norms, quote unquote, sample size aren't growing substantially yet. Not substantial to the exceptions. There's quite a lot of exceptions at the moment. Anyways, that's a good wrap of WaniKani today. Where are we at? 6 hours? Okay, so we have like 2 hours for HanziHero. So thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully some people found the conversation Gecko and I had in the beginning interesting. It seems like the routine now is to have a conversation in the beginning before we start the lesson. Maybe not quite the greatest order of operations. Perhaps I could start early, do all our lessons, and then digress at the end. So it like flows better with all of this stuff. So that's a wrap. For those who are only interested in Japanese and WaniKani, I'm gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right, gozaimasu. So to everyone then, minasan mata ne. Ja ne. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第24天 right? It is day 24. We're kind of late today. Today was our level up day on WaniKani. Got a little digression into 6 hours in, huh? So, HanziHero is business as usual. It's super consistent. We made a few errors today, so let's go over our routine. I thought about doing a monthly review, like the first monthly review. Technically, we just complete the HanziHero thing too. So HanziHeroes, oh, that's kind of poetic. So WaniKani, we leveled up to level 4. That's where the free trial ends, right? Like, if you're someone who wants to try it out, it took me about a month to get through WaniKani's free stuff, right? Although we've already talked about this. I have already invested in both of these. And actually, for HanziHero, yesterday was the 100 mark too. I'm pretty sure this is the 100 they're looking for. So there, instead of saying level 3 per se, it's to 100 characters. However, 100 characters also lined up with level 4. So not really close to the end of level 3, basically. Once you get to level 4, it's capped, right? So very similar place. So by coincidence, even though I started a week later, the reason why it's faster a little bit and it landed coincidentally is because I doubled the volume. I doubled the volume maybe a week ago for 20 lessons, and their structure is entirely different in terms of how lesson and reviews work, although it's a pretty interesting coincidence that they line up. There is also this other comment that someone said, like I read on this is my little short story for today. I like to read the threads, the community threads, to keep myself engaged with R&D and the conversations between the developer and whoever is using HanziHero. And I talked a little bit about that there on the WaniKani side to relate it to WaniKani. So in this case, though, this is one in the situation where earlier I mentioned someone making a comment about the pacing. Right, the pacing. I had a comment way early on about the pacing, and this person deliberately related it to WaniKani's pacing. So how reviews are done. And here my anecdotal take is I actually have a common it's not really a problem, but more of a pacing thing as well. So because WaniKani does this, like, this person claims it's like a 4-hour thing, right? And then it spaces out from 4 hours to 8 hours and whatnot. When someone has a variable drift, so I have a drifting schedule. My schedule is constantly drifting later and later recently. So the WaniKani sessions are getting later and later in order to say daily schedule. The schedule doesn't necessarily accommodate drifting forward. It may, and it doesn't accommodate drifting backwards. Now, HanziHero goes about it in a quantized manner. And that was one of the criticisms of this person. This person says they can't learn, right? They can't learn using HanziHero's structure where review is like quantized to the nearest 24 hours. So like, for example, regardless, sometimes I finish early, sometimes I finish late because WaniKani dictates that. However, I know that the things that are being reviewed in a consistent pace and lessons are refreshed in a quantized manner. So I can start early, start late, but the schedule still promotes a consistency. And that's closer to something like Duo, Where Duo's entire structure is linear. So like it's static. So when you schedule something, regardless of when you start or stop, all the things refresh at a specific time and day. So you plan around a fixed reset, right? And that fixed reset creates your consistency, which makes it less dynamic. But that person's criticism is that, well, I don't have time to do certain this way. Then the option is you can pile them up. But the person said that's not their point. They can't remember things by the frequency of reviews, right? However, you pile them up. That increases the iteration. Hear me out here. I'm a little insensitive to this person's concern, largely because this person makes it sound like there's no possible way they can make it work. They don't want to try harder or make a way to see if they can offset or correct the mistakes themselves, right? They want this progress tracker and this system to make it look like they're performing well. Hear me out. There's functionally nothing is stopping this person from reviewing more and studying more. The gripe they have is that the design of the app should be tracking to show that they get the stuff they need for the regular reviews. Well, if it's not working, then the system should be telling you that you're forgetting things based on their system. Now, the person wants that system to change so that it reflects their progress with the system that Kevin has designed to reflect that. So that's not the same as telling the person, oh, you're doing better because the structure you want is here. If that's what they want, though, that does reinforce the whole idea of if you're not invested in your learning and you only learn one way, learn one way or your optimized way, and you're not able to adapt to multiple ways, then that's perfectly fine, right? 2 ways, 3 ways. Understanding that means that that person is gonna either find a way to imitate that, bring your learning experience to the tool, or convince the developer to change it, or offer a compromise in which they can change it themselves without affecting other people, right? And to my end, I have found that both WaniKani and HanziHero, my pace can adapt to both of them. Now, with that in mind, like I have no problems adapting to either of their volume. In fact, I think I could even increase the volume in HanziHero. The idea is I'm letting them play out to see if I can still adapt to both the volumes as they're scaling up, right? Now, it does not change the idea that whatever WaniKani structure is, it doesn't accommodate drifting within a day. So, sometimes I start later, sometimes I'm going to have conversations with people, and you can't undo that drift without forwarding it. So it's kind of like a lock. It's kind of like a safety, you can only drift forward into the day. You can't drift backwards in the day. So like if you pass a certain time, say I just completed my lesson today, right? I completed my lessons and it was already past like 11 p.m. I have to skip a day to go all the way back to an earlier time to move forward, and that's how I'm accommodating the shift. So I add the extra day and cycle back to an early time. In HanziHero, the way they're cut out is if I finish in the day, I finish in the day. Then it'll just be back tomorrow, right? So these are the two different flip sides of the pros and cons of the two ways. Like, regardless if I finish within the day or even let approximately like 24 hours, I suppose, or something like that, it's daijoubu, right? Daijoubu. And either way works. To me, I feel like oftentimes criticisms like that tells more of the limitations of the person who's talking and, presenting a case, but somehow continue to demonize one way, like, oh, people don't learn this way, like, this is not my point, and that kind of thing, while not necessarily entertaining the idea that some other people are suggesting things that can make it work. Well, a person can choose to force another person to do something. Hopefully, usually, that person would choose to ask someone, right? Someone to explain why that is the case. Then suggest, this happened earlier today as well when I was thinking about the other thread, suggests a alternative. In my opinion, this is more likely to convince people that you know what you're talking about and have considered how it works before criticizing the model. The other example that I had that showed up on I was using the WaniKani session to talk about, is when someone was talking about why Kevin makes components. Why Kevin makes components, not the name of the characters that overlap with him, right? And he had a reasonable explanation. And the example that they picked out was Silver, this character, Silver, which yesterday I basically encountered the same situation that Kevin described. Not the person that was criticizing, right? Although I think my conversation with Gecko revealed that maybe they were criticizing and offering a solution to demonstrate why they're confused, right? So they were confused why this is called silver when it is identical to a trigram or something like that. I don't even know if this is true because I really don't. The long-winded conversation is that this person is leveraging knowledge through prior exposure. So because they have prior exposure, like myself, I already mentioned this a lot of times, I use vocabulary words and what I know about Hanzi to remind myself of the mnemonic device that Kevin has devised. This actually speeds up the process. So I'm not dependent on learning a new mnemonic device at the same time, using that at the same time to learn new characters. I can leverage what I know to gain a faster learning curve on Kevin's mnemonics, and then proceed forward until I encounter something new, right? Which I have in short sessions, right? Little by little, I'm encountering new things and I'm applying what I learned about Kevin's mnemonics to that new system. This person is doing the same, only to me, they are being ignorant to the idea that they have the knowledge beforehand. So when this person went out to criticize the system, like, why did you name this component when you know that this component is this? Well, Kevin might know, which Kevin did respond, and then that person might know, but I didn't know. So like, I was not privy to this. And sure enough, because I was not privy to trigram or like other versions, it fell right into what Kevin described, which silver, the first time I encountered, one of the earliest times I encountered this character was in silver. And that's exactly what Kevin explained. Like, oh yeah, you know, the trigram is something, and it can be that way, but it's the chances of being able to figure out or conceptualize trigram to this character is tough. It can be very tough, and it can be unrelatable, right? Meanwhile, the other person says, oh yeah, this happens like several other times and whatnot. And my thought was it would be interesting to see what the other examples are. Of course, this person did not keep track. And then another person came in and said, yeah, they feel the same way. It's like, yeah, I don't feel the same way. So it's kind of an interesting talking topic here. Order does matter in which knowledge comes. And I think critique and constructive criticism deals with understanding, primarily, in my opinion, deals with understanding what you're critiquing first before offering a critique. Now, I did make a concession that I can kind of see what Gecko was talking about, where this person was trying to demonstrate why they're confused by offering what they believe is normal. And I didn't consider that. So I will take it back and push less. However, it doesn't necessarily excuse not taking into consideration what is already here. Like, when they look at this, I guess they could be confused and say, oh, I can't really think why you would choose silver. It's like, that's great. They asked the question. Personally, I would ask the question and wait, right? Before making presumptions. That's a personal bias of mine. Like, hey, I don't understand why you chose silver. That's it. Before contextualizing anything else, right? We need the bigger picture, the picture for this. It can render whatever I say after moot if it's contextualized. Alternatively, like Gecko suggested, that person can go on to explain why they are confused. So then that's why they talked about silver, this character, being representative of trigram. Now, this might not be the exact example. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have knowledge that this person has. I don't actually know what trigram looks like. And that's the whole point. So it's interesting. I think that's one of the more interesting threads that came up. And it was related to WaniKani as well, because WaniKani has a different way of creating components which are labeled radicals for WaniKani. And then how they're related to the things, right? Then I'll have to think about it in the future and see what it develops. Kevin wrote a response to this person, and now I'm kind of curious what becomes of it. But every evening or a little bit the next day, I kind of look at the forum, see if there's any interesting criticisms or interesting takes and what the developer says and what the community says, largely because that helps me inform myself. When someone asks, oh, hey, how do you like HanziHero? How do you like WaniKani? And I'm like, this is how I like it. And all the things that it does and it doesn't do. And then here are some concerns that are raised commonly within people who use the product, right? That is a way to be aware of what the design do, what the design does, what the developer will intend the design to do, and what are the criticisms that are incoherent and or inconsistent with the developer's vision that other people have. Then you make a remark about it. I feel there's such a low threshold for that type of empathy and compassion. Most people, I think the vast majority of individuals would say, this doesn't work for me, fix it. Right? Without an understanding of what is it that you want them to fix based on a cogent and responsible mutual understanding of what, if they even understand what is designed to do. Like, for example, I say this often after using Duolingo for so long, and I continue to use Duolingo. Many of the criticisms, since there's no like forum, Duolingo doesn't necessarily participate in like this way. So the criticisms are often directed at people who use Duolingo, as opposed to having open access to some sort of community to talk to the developers, right? HanziHero is a different story. Kevin is very active in responding. Tofugu a little bit less, right? So, or noticeably less. And for me, when they always direct criticisms, it's often not intended design, and or stating something that I agree, but that is not expected. So, like, for example, someone's going to say, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't have native, it's not native sounding, right? It's like, I know it's designed with synthetic voices, right? So this is not a critique. This is not a constructive critique. This is stating a fact as though it is an opinion. At least to me, it's an opinion about a fact. So there's no argument there. It's like, I agree. It doesn't sound native because there aren't native speakers in Duolingo. So what are your criticisms? Your criticism is add native speak. Add native speak. Okay. Do you understand why Duolingo did not use native speak? Right? If you add native speak, ask yourself, what does Duolingo have to do to add consistent native speak? Why did they choose this? You did not, to me, without demonstrating that you even invest enough time to understand what the design is, you criticize what there isn't, and then your solution is to add it. What's another classical criticism? Why did they take away discussion? I answer, or I try to presumably rationalize this in two different ways, from the opponent's perspective and then from a Duolingo perspective. I can't talk to the devs at Duolingo. At least in my opinion, I invested a lot of time, or sufficient time, in looking at interviews and feedback and community feedback on when they remove the discussions, right? Providing feedback and whatnot. And there was many ways to explain their use. However, that's not to excuse the absence. It's to understand the absence, the removal. When someone says, oh, it's gone, I liked it, put it back. That is ignorant. That is emotional. So, respectfully so, you're entitled to your ignorance and your emotional take. However, when you're trying to talk to someone else, like myself, and or anybody in a development position, this is not a rational or a logical or even a compassionate criticism. It's non-constructive. Because you prefer something, you like it, but you have no way of describing why you like it, how you like it, and then how does that coincide or don't coincide or conflict, right, with the developer's intent. There's no context in which you understand or observe that you even care about the well-being of other people who are using it, nor the developer who's creating it. And I think that to me is far more a consistent theme that I've had seen in community tabs. Now, the nice thing that WaniKani has is there is quite a lot of varied community support. Meanwhile, in the HanziHero, it's much smaller. It's a smaller community. And also, Kevin does most of the work. Yeah, kudos to Kevin. Kevin is doing all of this with his brother while also maintaining the criticism. So just a little short story on the side before we start our lessons. Right. Anyways, let's get into it. Oh, wait. I need to go over the errors that I made yesterday. What were the errors that I made yesterday? All these are... We might as well go over all these. So this error was because I wrote... This is to look at. Instead of here, to see. And part-time. I missed part-time. Tian as opposed to when. Wrong tone. So feng instead of feng. Yes. And silent. I need to silent the... Oh. Nar. Oops. I need to silent the child. The sun, I suppose. I need to silence the sun. Okay. Anyways. Fun times. Fun times. We'll see how it develops. Invested. Okay.
休想
休想. 休想. Don't think? Oh, really? 休想 or don't think. As opposed to 不想. Don't think is something we say to someone when we think they should rest from thinking. Oh. Because their thoughts are unreasonable. Interesting. I didn't even think of it that way. Neat. 休想. I recently started watching what is it? 某教 某教 某教书 某教熟悉 yeah 熟悉 and it was nice to listen to Mandarin again. So I was listening a lot of Mandarin yesterday. I watched like 6 episodes of it. Okay. Oh, 休 okay 休想 to rest from thinking. Intriguing. 那休想 休想 escape. 做 something 做. What does that look like? 分做 no, there's no way that's it.
你休想逃走
逃走 I mean not 做 走. So I meant to say walk. I mean, yeah, walk, but I totally picked the wrong final. So, what was it?
你休想逃走
逃走 逃走
你休想逃走
逃 I'm not familiar with this one. Am I? No. Not yet. 休想休想节 That can't be 节 right? Something 将 something oh actually 逃 okay 逃休想结将我tatsu which one's tatsu 到嫖目嫖
休想阻止我达到目标。
阻止 oh that's 止 oh yeah that's right 止 like 止债 or 止 oh no hold on
休想阻止我达到目标。
目标 oh it's 标 okay it's a 标目标达到达到 is to reach but 阻止我达到目标休想阻止阻止我达到目标 goal 目标 trying to阻止that's new 休想对我 that's not 对 is it we're just gonna say 对我做你的撮考
休想让我做你的借口。
让我让oh and that's 借 not no that's 借 not 戳借口让I don't know what rang looks like anymore. Oh, that rung. Oh my goodness, that rung? Ain't no way. Oh, rung. This rung is if this is the same rung, yeah, it is. This rung I have trouble remembering in general. I was reviewing this yesterday, actually, for tomorrow's review. This rung is a weak one. Right. 借口 借口 Okay. Don't rest from thinking. Okay. 休想
北方
北方 Yeah, the north. 北方 north direction, north. 北方的北方的冬天很冷。
北方的冬天很冷。
Keep getting too too much. It's too much angsty. 冷，冷，冷，很冷，
北方的冬天很冷。
很冷。北方有很多有很多大城市。
北方有很多大城市。
是 lots of cities, big cities. 北方的方言 scenery 方言很美 something. What the heck is that? I don't know.
北方的风景很美丽。
美丽 Holy 美丽 I don't even know what that resembles. That's just absurd. Okay. We'll get it eventually. 美丽 No. Nothing rings a bell. 北方
北方花生。
花生 Okay, 花生 Makes sense. The flower of the peanut allows it to continue life. Oh, the flower of the peanut allows it to continue life of the peanut species, and peanuts are so important to your life that you hallucinate flower. All right, that's a little dense, a little redundant. 我很喜欢花生 yeah 花生一些一袋花生
一袋花生。
one bag or package
一袋花生。
一袋 two 一袋花生
花生。东方。
Okay 东方 east direction 东方 something 学东方 philosophy 高学
东方哲学。
哲学That was such a guess. 东方哲学 Okay. 太阳从东方起 or something 起 This is 起 right? Rise. Oh, I've seen this. Where was it? Is it in promotion? No. Was it in promotion? 跟起 I don't know.
太阳从东方升起。
升起升起 Rise. 中国 located 中国 something 东方
中国位于东方。
位于 Oh yeah, Wei. I keep forgetting Wei. Wei Yu. That's you. Why doesn't that look familiar? Wei Yu. 中国位于东方 Okay. 东方 Oops. I keep hitting the escape. Is that one?
东方。西方。
西方 Okay. 西方有很多 公家。国家 no 的国家，这是国家 right？
西方有很多国家，
国家，西方文，西方文。Oh no, what is this? 文化 that's 化 right? That's so hot. Yeah, 文化文化很有趣，interesting, right? 趣，
西方文化很有趣，
很有趣。西方文化is culture. 文化很有趣。我在文化我在西方，我在西方去oh no 去生 yeah 去生。
我在西方出生，
我在西方去生
西方
oh didn't get to 南方 probably 南方。Did we do 北方 or yeah so there's gonna be south. 交响
休想，花生，
北方
北方，
东方西方。All right. Oh, wait. Yeah, here we go. South? High noon? Wait, what happened to south? Wait, miss south? 正午 So right at noon is high noon, okay. Or the correct to refer to as high noon. The exact middle of the day is more correct to refer to, okay. 正午的阳星 Okay, so that's like 太阳 right? 阳 yin 阳影 yeah 阳影
正午的阳光，
阳光 光星 Dang it. I was thinking like, wait, is it Sing or Guang? I was doing like Huang Ying Guan Ling, right? Guan, that Guan was my prototyping. Guan, dang it. I should have spent more time. Yang Guang. Okay, Yang Guang. Oh, okay.
正午的阳光，
正午的阳光。正午 that's 正午时 right? 正午时最热，
正午时最热，
是最热。Makes sense? That doesn't actually quite make sense. High noon is the hottest time. There's something to be said about like retention on the surface. The longer the surface and stuff has been exposed to the sun, it might not always be true. Oops.
正午，
High noon.
四方，
What time is it? It's high noon. 四方. Okay, 4 sides. All sides. Yep. You will encounter if any of the 4 directions. Sometimes on all sides you will encounter if you go any of the 4 directions. West, yeah, all sides. 四方 That looks like, I don't know. 一星
四方响应，
响应 I have no idea. 响应 That's 响 I was going off the bottom character and chose yi. Like a me, like ying. Oh, it could have been, yeah. This one I've seen before. Ying? What was ying used? I totally seen this one before. 响应
四方响应，
响应 Why is this so short? Okay. 气方
四方，
哦，四方啊，四方
别
Yeah, okay, I can get behind Viet. Oh, maybe I've been writing Viet the incorrect way for a really long time. I think I've been writing Viet, or have I? No, I haven't. It's fine. Saber. It's a long saber represented by 2 lines which outline the blade of the saber. Alternatively, we can picture it as a pair of sabers, which each line represents the saber itself. That one's a tough sell. That is a tough sell. Okay. Just have to go with it. Okay.
别
Yeah. Okay. So what is Bart Simpson doing in the beach house? Oh no, Bigfoot. My bad. Bigfoot is doing in the electricity plant. Bigfoot is inside the electricity plant where he works as security. A huge muscular arm. Okay, we see the muscular arm. Hops in and starts hitting one of the generators. Bigfoot yells, "Don't do that," and takes out a saber and attacks the muscular arm. He defeats it and then stick it in his mouth to eat. What? Hey, don't ever mess with it. Oh my gosh, floating muscular arms. Yeah, the severed arms. Oof. Okay, it's fine. A 别人 分别 Interesting. Apart. 别的 Villa? Oh, is this the approximation of villa? 别墅? Oh no, it's not. 别墅. Okay. 别墅. To kiss goodbye. Kind of looks like when. Oh. Ooh, that looks different. I haven't seen that thing stand alone. When别. 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 Huh.
别服
Ooh, okay. Apparel. Makes sense. Ooh, Frankenstein. Ooh, Frankenstein. Fu Frankenstein. I'm gonna have to remember that. Fu Frankenstein. It also begins with S, so we close to, okay. Fictional monster, right? Frankenstein. Is the name... It's actually the name of the it's the name of the mad scientist, right? This is the common misconception kind of thing. Frankenstein is the name of the mad scientist. Frankenstein's monster is the fictional monster. Frankenstein named it. The Frankenstein monster is after Frankenstein, of the same name, but it's shortened to Frankenstein because, yeah. So they're both technically, like, this is technically created by mad scientists of the same name. The Frankenstein's monster is the fictional monster, but then it'd just be redundant over and over again. Okay. The levy. I've seen you. Shay, what was it? Gao Fu Shuai, right? Gao Fu Shuai. All tall, rich, and handsome. Yeah, that's where this Fu. I've seen that. Oh, which Fu is this? Deputy. I don't think I've encountered this. Food duplicate. It has the stomach thing, but then the left rack is there. Okay, and then lose to carry on the back. Oh, intriguing.
Fu.
Just gonna have to remember that Fu Frankenstein. Gotta be like a goober. Postage stamp. I can kind of see that. It's a strange looking postage stamp, but that's fine. And it's P for postage stamp. We're fine. We're good. Okay.
Fu.
Okay. Fu. So what is Frankenstein's monster doing inside the house? Let's go. Frankenstein is inside the living room of the house where he is something to do with the moon, a folding stool, and what the heck is this supposed to be? Is no one gonna talk about? Oh, that's the postage stamp. Oh, I didn't even picture it as a postage stamp until now. Oh, so where is he making some weird monster apparel? On a folding stool sits a crescent moon, and he covers it with postage stamps to slowly make a weirdly shaped piece of apparel. Oh, interesting. All right. I got you, Frankenstein's monster. Yifu, right? Yifu is Shufu. There's Shufu. I forgot this. Fu Wu. Right, Fu Wu. A down jacket. See something. Fu. I can't make out the middle one. Rong. Oh, that's you. Oh no, that's you. Yu Rong Fu. Fu. Juan, Fu Zhuang, interesting. Fu Zhuang. Where have I seen Where have I seen Zhuang before? That sounds so familiar. So many things. Oh, what was Frankenstein doing? Frankenstein was inside the house, right?
Fu.
And making apparel. Weird apparel. Is that how you spell apparel? Yes. Okay. Favorite. Young Wu.
正午。
正午。四方。
四方。
Frankenstein.
Fu.
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 Oh, whoops. How did this work? Bigfoot was in the electricity plant.
别
Alright. Okay, to eat. 吃 second and
吃
handgun. Oh, okay. Did that just randomly trigger 吃 without me saying anything? Was that weird? Okay. It looks like a crudely drawn 2. Just mentally append second to it. Alright, fair enough. I got you. I got you, boo. Handgun. Still go with the whole gun thing. Fair enough. It looks like what it is. Instead of gun, it's handgun. Most.
吃
Sure. Okay. So Charlie Brown is outside of the eye. What the heck is eye? Beach house? No, house. Oh, yeah, it's an eye. Yeah, Charlie Brown is in front of the house, terribly hungry. He takes out a gun, handgun, sticks it into his mouth, and eats a bullet? Okay, it's a candy bullet, of course, because the gun is like one of those Pez dispensers, but in handgun form, because it is not a real bullet. He is, of course, able to do it a second time as well. Charlie Brown isn't that depressed. Whoa. Kevin, please. Wow. I went on a roller coaster ride on that one. All right. Okay. 小吃吃饭吃 gao. That's probably 吃gao. No, 吃饱. Oh yeah, of course, 吃饱. What am I talking about? You sit饱了. 吃饱. Yeah, 吃饱. 吃苦. To bear hardships. 吃苦. 好吃. Okay. Alright.
吃呢
No, how about? Okay. No, flag. Flag is still flag. Good to go. We're good.
呢
No. What is that? Is that no initials? So it's wait, is this a Master Chief moment? It has no initial? Or is this a Ned Flanders? This is Ned Flanders. So Ned Flanders is in the house. It's on the roof of the Ned Flanders is on the roof of the electricity plant. Trying to pray to God. Something with a spoon, a flag, and a mouth. He holds a spoon in his mouth and uses that to tap the flagpole. Whose flag has an electricity plant depiction in it? Whose flag has an electricity plant depiction in it? That sticks out of the roof, making a loud sound. He hopes that pleases God. He keeps on asking, how about this way? Or how about this sound? As he keeps on tapping the spoon to his mouth against the flagpole, hoping that God will answer his how about questions. Okay. That one's kind of tough. Nina. Yeah, how about you, Nina?
呢
Oh, I just realized you can type that without typing 5. Interesting. These things are getting weird, man.
呢？吃
Okay. Last one. Last batch. Dal. Oh my gosh. Okay, so they're kind of overlapping right now. WaniKani, we just got this in WaniKani as well. Dal. Dal. Sunflower. Sunflower. What was WaniKani's version? It was a sun on a cross. Sun cross. It was soul. But what was the radical? Did they use this as a radical? I don't think they used this as a radical. It was the sun and cross. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember. Interesting. It does say it's fine. The sun and a cross creates a flower. I like it. Sunflower is great. Sunflower is fantastic.
早
Oh, yes. So what is Z? Who is Z? Xena? What is Xena doing in the basement of the... Oh. The barn. Oh, Zelda, not Xena. Zelda. Zelda is trapped in the cellar of the barn by Ganon. When it is early in the morning, she takes a Triforce sunflower out of her pocket and uses that. A Triforce sunflower. What is this about? Is Zelda suddenly Peach as well? You might as well just add Ganon and Bowser. I feel like there's a Nintendo joke in here somewhere. A Triforce sunflower out of her pocket and uses it to burst open the cellar doors so that she can escape. The early morning sunlight comes in through the open. 早安,早上,早 breakfast. What does that look like? 早店,早店,早店. 早记,早记,早易,早易,早易,早易. Early morning. Another early morning? Oh, it's early morning. No idea. 早晨,早晨,早晨,早晨. Interesting. 早晨. Okay.
早圆
Yen. We got yen today too. On the other side, what was WaniKani's origin? The component origin though, the radical origin. Legs, 2 legs, origin. Okay, picture in your head a very strange dollar. Instead of containing a portrait of a building or a famous person, it has 2 huge legs framed in the middle of it. Of course, the dollar is worth $2. Okay. It's okay. I already know. Dollars is... It's more like cash, but this is a component. So, component, dollar. It could have been money. It could have been cash. There are many...
圆
So Yugi is inside the pawn shop doing something with dollars, buying something. Yugi is inside the pawn shop selling some of his cards. More accurate. He is low on cash and too lazy to work. I'm gonna think of it. I don't think Yugi ever worked a job. Well, Yugi worked at his I guess his grandfather? Was it his grandfather? His grandfather's like store? until all that crazy stuff happened. Unfortunately, the pawn shop owner will only give him $1 for all his cards combined. One of those weird dollar bills with 2 legs on it. Possible counterfeit. Mei Yuan. Oh, Mei Yuan. That's kind of neat. 多元 diverse. 多元. Oh, how does euro work? You? You? Oh, if it's yu yen, that's pretty good. Oh? Wait. Whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, whoa, oh, whoa. I guess it's like whoa, whoa yuan. I don't know how that works. Okay. Yen. Yen. Dan. Yuan Dan. New Year's Day, Yuan Dan. Lantern Festival. Yen something Jie? Yeah. Yen Xiao Jie. Jie? Okay, I see what Jie looks like now. Okay. Okay.
元
Wait, is this still dollar? Okay. I could just list it as yen. It's fine too, honestly. Wait. Zelda? No. Oh, what am I doing? Zelda is in the basement, right? Yes.
早
Oh.
元
All right. All right, 69 reviews. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Why lie?
外来
Ah! Why lie? Outside. I'm outside. Oh. Son of a bee sting external. Yes. Right. Do I silence this? I wasn't keeping track.
电子
I don't silence it. I couldn't think of anything to silence.
"中和
Wait. Oh, this is a back in the day.
小孩 醉
Wow. Okay.
要
上下文
上下文
外人
外人
上好
上好
明
明
hold up. Harry Poppers, right? Harry Poppers is inside the infirmary? Doing what? Oh, basement. You guys gotta recover from the curse of the poison of the silver sandal. Very sick. Wait, was this wind? Okay. Oh no. Napoleon is envy, right? Yes. Silence.
那儿 见
Old? Frodo is outside of the Englishman getting blown by the wind. Okay.
风
wait. 上香
上山
Ah! Wait. Oh, they want to climb. I disagree with this. I'm gonna add to ascend a mountain. Yeah, I disagree with this. To ascend and to climb are synonymous with each other. How do I write this? 生
女生
打工
打工
The hyphen? Heck you with your hyphen. I need to check this too. So, Frodo is outside of the beach house and he's the only person, yes.
飞
He's the only non-prisoner. Master Chef. What are you supposed to be again? A table? Was it a desk? I think it was a... Was it a desk or a table? A table. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna add this synonym too. Do I? No, it's the reason why I would use desk instead is because whichever replacement of a table, a desk would serve the same thing. And at the same time, it's a component, so it's irrelevant if it's a desk or a table, because they'll probably functionally serve the same mnemonic. And at the same time, this is closer to a desk than it is to a table. I guess I don't really like that. That one I don't like. I disagree. Let's make sure the tone is correct, right? High. Yes.
白 喝 5 和
I obviously said table or desk, and then I did a coin flip.
9月
Okay. Oops. Then
人
ye, ye, ye,
雨衣
kills. Oh, is Goofy? Goofy's not just. Yeah, I think it's GU.
估
Cool. 昨日
昨日
Hime. Do I have multiple T's or do I only have one T? No, it's TI. Tarzan is T.
T
Okay.
大衣
Top coat. Dumbledore. Alright, do we have multiple D's? Dracula. So what the heck is Dumbledore? The DU?
都
Okay, do. Okay. Because I was thinking do, and I'm like, Dumbledore doesn't have do, but yeah.
小
Gandalf is the OG. The OG. Right. Oh. It's a stack? It's not stack. It's just many? Many evenings? It's just many, right? I was gonna try to... I'm thinking of spoon stacks. That's fine. I already knew the options. All good. Temple.
风
Kai.
开
I was about to say, is this a papa moment? Because one time I typed father and it was incorrect because they were looking for papa. That was unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable.
下
Yeah, screw you. Finger.
之 那 有
Hmm. Can I write to possess? Oh, they just want possess. Was there any others? Just every form. Oh, to have. Okay, so they do have to have. All right. All right.
生
Deodorant. Ah, deodorant. Oh no, this is not a stick, it's a rod. This is a stick. We'll go with middle. Okay. Barn.
凹
This is what I was thinking of earlier for stack. E. What was the mnemonic for that one? Whoops. Does that make sense? Zelda was looking for... There was a hole in the ground? What was the hole in the ground doing? Oh, looking for a rack? Was a hole in ground in the bathroom. It's looking for a rack.
遗在
Zelda was in the bathroom of the high school looking for the rack again. Or was it a task? No, it's not a task. I don't remember the one for that anymore. Yitai. Again, repeatedly? Maybe it's repeatedly? Yes. Oh! Oh, wait, that's fine.
看
I dislike the to see and to look at thing, but I have to make sure I don't screw up. Oh, Yong.
作用
That one I got wrong before too.
他人
This one too. 东西
东西
Oh, that was a little tough. I can feel some shakiness. There is some questionable shakiness. Because I'm thinking of things that I might have forgotten. And there's some stuff that I'm forgotten. What was Zai's thing? Oh, what would that be under? Characters. Zai. Where's Zai? Zelda was looking again for a rack. Yeah, I was, and then there was a hole in the ground, and I forgot the rest. It goes over, and she goes over to find the rack, and okay, so it actually just ends there, so that's fine. And it explains why I couldn't figure out what the rest of the things are. Alright. We got one extra sound. You know what? How many sounds do we have left? Oh, we do actually have more than 10 left. I thought it was close to 10, but no, it's like 16, 17. Actually, that's quite a lot more than I thought. I thought maybe around 10. But it's actually double that. Okay. Alright. Let's do our review and head off for the day. Got a long day tomorrow. We won't be bound by... Tomorrow we'll actually start early because WaniKani, again, the 24-hour thing, the lack of a 24-hour quantized reset doesn't account for drifting. It's kind of one of the trade-offs between the two types of timing. All right. So, the heck are you? Oh, Frankenstein. Frankie. Frankie. All right. Table. I don't like table, but we'll deal with it. Table. Postage. Second. Flag. Sunflower. Dollar. Saber. Not sure about saber. And handgun. I think gun is sufficient. We might add gun to the synonyms. Okay. We're doing our reads. Right. Fool. Frankenstein inside the house. What was Frankenstein doing inside the house? Oh, making weird apparels with moon, a stool, a moon, and some postage stamps. Right. Oops. I didn't mean to click on it. Ooh. Spoon tapping. Nah. Sure. Oops. Doll. Right, Zelda in the basement. Basement of the barn. Yeah. Yen. Okay. Yeah. Why lie? That's one of our errors. Xiang. No. Xiang. Yang. Xian. Xiu. Xiang. Xiu xiang. 花生。北方。东方。西方。There's no south side. It's so weird. Is south side even on this list? It's not. Oh, it's because we probably don't have the character yet. Where's South at? I don't see South on here at all. There's no South. Zhengwu. 四方 okay. And we have meanings. Let's do meanings. Apparel. How about? Eat early. Don't. And USDs, just dollars. Got this wrong. So this was external. Got this wrong technically, but I disagree. Got to climb. Don't think. Peanuts or peanut. North. East. West. High noon. All sides. All right. And then let's do these. So we have Frankie. Fuanki is inside the house. Making weird apparels with postage stamp. Postage stamp, a moon. We gotta add the moon. And a stool, right, to sit on, I suppose. Weird apparel. And we have our good old trusty Ned. On the roof, which is kind of rare actually. On the roof, so far, roof of the electric power plant, tapping a spoon. Spoon is missing. We're tapping a. Actually, yes. So we're tapping a spoon against the flagpole. So flag pole and actually tapping a spoon and sticking it in his mouth is such a weird thing, right? To ask what all of his how about things. Then we have Charlie Brown. Oh, this one took me for a loop. Charlie Brown is outside of the house. Outside of the house. Very, very hungry. So he put the gun, the candy gun, in his mouth and shot twice. Candy. Oh, yeah, I should include this into it. And the handgun. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and flag is covered. We have Zelda in the basement of the barn. Basement of the barn. Using a Triforce sunflower to get out of the basement that Ganon locked her in early in the morning. Okay. Yep. Bart? No, not Bart. We have Bigfoot. Bigfoot outside of the beach house? No, power plant. What's Bigfoot doing? Bigfoot was something with his mouth and saber. He was taking out business. Oh, he was taking out a hand, muscular arm. He sliced and diced a muscular arm, which I don't really know about. This is weird. So the muscular arm, its saber, and he just shoved it into his mouth. Weird. Bigfoot is weird. Don't underestimate him. Don't do that. Right? Cease and desist. We didn't get anything with table, did we? No table yet. Table weirdness. We have Yugi. Yugi in the pawn shop, strapped for cash. So he sold all his cards in a pawn shop. For cash. Okay. So what were our errors? Our errors were down here. So why lie? What did the traditional was like this? Wait. No, there's no line in traditional. So like the heck? I guess it's like this. Why lie? Why lie external? Not to come out. External. Xiang. Right. To climb a mountain. Table. Right, table. Not a desk. Is that it? Oh, and dual, or not dual, but the component for many as opposed to stack, right? I think those are the four. 96% sounds about right. Yep. Not bad, not bad. That's it. It's time to head off. An hour and a half. That's not too bad. I think HanziHero will generally almost be consistently between an hour and a half and 2 hours for the most part, unless I talk about something. For a lot longer, because I actually spent 30 minutes talking about the one thing. All right, folks, that's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 下次再聊吧. Right. Talk to you next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.